Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, December the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So let's do a quick sound check, guys. Hopefully you can hear me, number one, and the sound is okay. I know we had an issue yesterday. So a couple of yeses. Let me know you guys can hear me. Okay, thank you, guys. And just let me know if the sound quality degrades at all, okay? And YouTubers, thanks, Derek and Abba. Okay, guys. So not a lot happening for me anyway in the pre-market, and I really am just waiting for my new favorite scan in the world to start producing some alerts this morning. So that won't happen until at least till the market opens. So yeah, we had a little bit of excitement. I know you guys have been talking about this attack, ATAC, crazy action in the pre-market, got up to only 100, is that right? $123. It's pulled all the way back down here. Had a little bit of a move, as PJ pointed out, from about 15 to 20. The two others did something similar. SMAP, not quite as dramatic as the ATAK. These are SPACs. SMAP did something similar, got up to $54, and it's right back down to 10. And another one was that BRLI. I think it got up to 20. Yeah, it got up to 20 and it's pulled right back down. So anyway, some action for those three SPACs. Costco had earnings. Good reaction to the Costco earnings today. Released actually after hours yesterday. You can see in my 15-minute chart, the move area is the after hours action. Held and still moving a little bit higher here, up $13, 2%. Costco, this is an all-time high. Yesterday actually was the all-time high, 642.60. So an all-time high for Costco. So again, I'm not seeing too many other things, guys. As Real pointed out, the market had a bit of a downturn at 8:30. I don't know, maybe some numbers came out. Trying to recover a little bit here. It is quad witching hour. I think it happens 4 times a year. No. Question in our YouTube room: can we have relative volume open now? What in the pre-market? No, but what you can do is this: use the volume at 8% in the pre-market. I don't use it once the market's open. But for instance, when if you look at BATL, just as an example, it's at the top of the list here. When you see 89%, that means that already in the pre-market it is traded and it's increasing 94% of what it normally does all day long. So that's a decent indicator to use in the pre-market. Okay. Somebody asking, yeah, relative volume filter does not work until the market opens. And in fact, if you're using it in the pre-market, you will get no data. So this is a decent enough one to use. The volume at 8% in the pre-market. Okay. Chewy was moving a little higher here, guys. Chewy has a price target, an upgrade by Needham for $25. So had a little bit of a move. This one actually just showed up. I didn't have this on my list. This BATL. Yeah, I can see why. It just showed up now. Pretty low float, 13.9 million in the float. Company announced it will be acquired, so it's going to be. So this is basically an acquisition, guys. So probably nothing really to look at now. HLP was moving higher at some point. Yeah, I mean another one that just pulled all the way back. High of two, back down to almost down to almost a dollar. I can't see any news on this one other than it's China low float. And our friend CC code C4 is still active. Now, it's going to take a bunch for it to take out yesterday's high. Most of my scans require it to take out the high of the day before, but um, the other one that is driving me crazy is this go-to. Look what it did again. Where is it? Waited all day yesterday to see if it could take out this area up here. Didn't do it. And then this has been kind of the theme over the last 4 days. It hasn't moved during the day, then it kind of sits there for the rest of the day. Next day you wake up and it's gapped up, sits there for the rest of the day, gap up, sits there for the rest of the day, and here's another gap up. So you might say, well, why not just buy it now because it'll gap up on Monday? Because of course Monday will be the day it won't gap up. But yeah, it's been frustrating. How would you use trade ideas for big caps for a max edge? Well, it's like anything else. I mean, you can set up a scan for large cap stocks. Just use the whatever market cap you think is as a minimum, and just like any other scan we've got that you can set up with alert windows or top list windows, stocks that are trading abnormally that day. And once the market opens, using the relative volume filter, stock that is trading abnormally, all you have to do is really just use the market cap filter, put in whatever in the min, whatever you think is a minimum market cap you want to look at, and then just create an alert window showing stocks that are trading abnormally with volume. No different from anything else I'm doing. If you're looking for now, if you're talking intraday, you're talking long term. That's a little bit different. I'm not a long term trader. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. IKNA was up. Let's see if it still is. I don't even see it now on my list. It's the problem, when I'm doing my pre-market work, some of the things have spiked up, but then when I look at them when I open the room, yeah, I mean, this is exactly what happened. It got up to 253 and now it's down to 2, so it's only up 6% now. There's really no answer to that. I mean, my minimum that I use is 3 in all my virtually all my scans. Though on this one I use 8. Okay, I mean it's trial and error. You might want to start with 3 to start and just see if you're getting too many, up it. If you're getting not enough, maybe drop it. You might even want to start with a large cap. You might even want to start with 2. I mean, depends on what you're talking about. Well, like what your idea of a large cap is. What is your minimum? Because for a large cap stock to move dramatically, it's going to take a lot of volume. That's why you never ever hear me talk about Apple, during the day. Not that it's bad to trade Apple. You can find a way to trade Apple, but typically Apple does just not move enough for me. Yeah, VRCA. I do see VRCA's here, and the volume has actually picked up now, VRCA. But it was another one that looked, I mean, it got up to 6 and it came right back down to 4. So, I mean, these are like big, quick pops. I don't know how much volume was actually traded up here, but and this is a one skin disease study in Japan shows promise. Okay, guys, it's 9:10. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Wow. Again, guys, it's just too many to really look at. I've got so many upgrades, so many downgrades. A lot more few more downgrades than upgrades. But so all I'm really going to try to see here. I mean, there's no point typing in this list. See if there's anything here that looks interesting in terms of a target. Let's take a look at Brookdale, BKD. Yeah, so the target's already there. AYX. This was in the news yesterday, wasn't it? AYX, some kind of an acquisition buyout, some kind of rumor. XPEV is getting hit here, guys. XPEV is getting hit. Don't see any specific news on it. China stock, but China is not being hit hard. When I saw this dropping, I pulled up KWEB just to make sure that, or to see whether or not it was the overall China market, but it's not. KWEB is actually up. So something specific to XPAV is causing it to move down. I don't see NIO. NIO is actually, not sure about that. Yeah, I mean, NIO is starting to drift down a little bit here, but and how about LI? Check out the big three of the China EV players. Well, okay, so the difference is that they are dropping now, but they were in a positive. XPAV is negative. These the two LI and NIO are so positive, where XPAV is quite negative now, but they're all dropping. But XPAV is certainly more than the others. Let me take a look at the downgrades, guys. I just want to see if there's anything sticking out. You know, some stock that's being downgraded by multiple firms. Yeah, just way too many to. So I'm just going to have to forego. So if anybody wonders, I'm not going to put the upgrades and downgrades in this morning. Just way too many. So which one, Ravi? Regarding the relative volume or the large cap, big caps for max edge? I mean, there's whether it's going to be a max edge. I mean, if you're looking for intraday moves in large cap stocks, any one of my scans can be adjusted. Okay, it's just a matter of, for instance, in the pre-market actives up, all you'd have to do if you wanted to see large cap stocks that are moving in the pre-market, for instance, in my window specific filters. Sorry, let me go to market cap. So market cap, could add the filter, and now whatever minimum market cap you want to track. Okay, if it's 500 million, if it's a billion or 2 billion, whatever that number is. So you can take any scan that I'm sharing and just put the minimum market cap that you want to follow, and see which ones are active in the pre-market. And then once the market opens, you can have an alert window. You know, following stocks that are trading abnormally volume wise using the relative volume filter. 50 billion. Well, you can use a 50 billion market cap. I have no idea how many you're going to get, but you can take, like, I'm sharing these scans. So if you wanted to find stocks, they're 50 billion market cap that are moving in the pre-market, You could take these two scans, these are ones moving down, these are ones moving up, and you could use that filter that I showed you, the market cap filter, put 50 billion in the min, see what's probably not going you're probably not going to get too many. The reason I don't do it is because, for me, I'm looking for stocks that are really, have some decent percentage during the day. And typically, a 50 billion market cap is not gonna work for me. That doesn't mean you guys shouldn't, whatever you guys are comfortable trading, of course. Yeah, and if that suits your personality, then by all means do that. And it's not that I only look at stocks that are low market caps, but the thing is, the filters that I've got here for stock to move up at least, for instance, in this momentum scan, for stock to be up at least 2% I mean, that's not a big deal, but to have, volume spikes in the last minute, 1000% of normal, 400% of normal in 5 minutes, up at least 2% from yesterday's close with all these filter and a current volume of three, meaning, trading abnormally, at least three times normal. For stocks to show up here, rarely am I going to see Apple or any of the mega cap stocks. And again, you can adjust any scan that we've got, including my scans, Ravi, and just put a minimum. You want to put a minimum market cap. Okay, you know what? What time is it now? 9:17. Just for fun. I'm going to add that market cap in here just for fun to see what happens if I get any. I think I can go 50 billion. I think I can go 50B. Yes. Here you got two. JD and Infi. There's your float, 2.3 billion in the float, but this is no, and then there's Infi. So these are two that are up at least my minimum percent is 3%. Then all you have to do on the stock race is just add that market cap. Okay, add that market cap, run it and run the race for 10 minutes. Add that 50 billion market cap. And you can see right now you're not going to get very many, so it might not be relevant. Is it showing up? Is because it's not. It's only. I mean, it's up 2.4%. My minimum filter here is I think 3%. Yeah, 3%. Okay, that's the reason. Now you want to drop that to two, you'll see Costco. You want to drop that to one, you'll see more. Yeah, drop that to two, and Costco will show up. A few others will show up. Okay, there's Baba, Intel. Yeah, so you can take any scan, and all you have to do then is just add the market cap. If you want 50 billion, then add that to the minimum. All right, guys, let's take a look at the market is recovering after that 8:30 candle down. So let's take a look at the major sectors. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, click on the show more, and now the sector status. Interesting again with the XLE. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. Typically, it's all or nothing. What I mean by that is what you're seeing here, the 57% in red. What that means is that 57% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. But typically, it's usually 100, almost 100% one way or the other. Either they're all up, 100% almost green, or 100% almost red. So a little bit mixed bag here. And the market now has turned positive mildly again. So you can see most of the major sectors are 50% or more. Not energy though. Now, so the market, so everything was up yesterday. I want to see where XLE is now compared to the 200-day moving average. Only two. There we go, guys. So we've now got XLE over the 200-day moving average. Briefly or barely. Okay, so it's barely over the 200-day moving average. That took quite a while. It dropped down. Well, it was sitting at that 200-day for a couple of weeks, and then it dropped down. Anyway, now that's one. That was one of the ones that was below, and I think consumer staples broke above the day before, and it should be a no. So consumer staples is still below the 200-day, but almost there. So I think this is the only major sector that is below. I think everything else is above. Let me just do a quick check on utilities. Yeah, even utilities popped above the day before. Okay, so it's only consumer staples, XLP, that is below the 200-day moving average, and it's almost there. All Nothing will happen until at least 9:30, and I have no idea how many alerts we're going to get. And it depends on the quality of the alert. Typically, I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but I may make an exception if I get something in there. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just rearranging some windows, other monitor. Okay, ALRN, I hear moving down. Big day yesterday. Big day yesterday. FFIN just showing up now. Not very much volume. Big float, 137 million in the float. Truist with a $31 price target on it. It's already there, so doesn't make any difference. I thought it was quad, JK. Thought it was quad, witching today. I just sworn I read that in the email that I get every morning. No, we don't. Just stocks, Raven. No, no crypto, no futures, no forex. Question was, do we do futures? No. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to trying to find something. Hmm. Could have sworn I saw that it was quad witching hour today. Anyway, it wasn't in the email that I probably something I saw on Twitter. Anyway, I am unable to open the daily reversal scanner from your web. Not 100% sure I know what daily reversal scanner are you talking about? And IQ, yeah, I do share. I share individual scans. Okay, I don't share my entire layout. I allow people to pick and choose. So, for instance, if you want, I'll show you what I am sharing. So, if you click on my homepage link, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You scroll down a bit and click here. So, this is the pre-market actors up and down. These two right there. When the market opens, you're going to see a lot of stock coming into the momentum scan, Momo right there. You will see the abnormal option activity scan is right here. But the one I'm really paying attention to, I have on my other monitor, is this one, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break is right down here. This is the one I really am paying attention to. Okay, but these are all the scans that I'm sharing right now. So I don't know what you mean when you say you cannot open the daily reversal scanner from your web. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Thank you, Pepe. I think it only happens 4 times a year, right? I just need a little more information, Ab. When you say you're unable to open the daily reversal scanner from your web. Yeah, well, market is now moving down again. All right, everybody. Yes. Wow, less than a minute. In fact, less than 5 seconds for this market to open. Have a great trading end of this trading week, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at this. Look at that C4 though. Wow. And again, the reason I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes is that things can get very, very volatile in the first 15. Stocks moving up, down, up, down, up, down. So I typically like to see things settle down a little bit. This T pick from yesterday, TPIC, almost above yesterday's high. Had a big day yesterday, of course. All right, guys, XPEV is just getting hit again here, guys. So I'm not sure though where you're finding the daily reversals, the scan under daily reversal. I'm not sure where you're finding it at, Av. I'm sorry. Like, where are you looking for that daily reversal? It's not one of mine, is it? Is it from my homepage? I wonder if I deleted it. Is that what you're talking about? From my homepage? Ah, I wonder if I deleted it accidentally. You would pick the one that is that is probably I may have accidentally deleted it. Let me just see again if I've no, I know I know where it is. Okay, I must have accidentally deleted it or something. Okay, I can give it to you. I can find it. I don't use it. I am not using it right now. That's why, but I can probably find it for you. Okay. I'm just not using it right now, so that's why I didn't even realize that it wasn't there. Yeah, C4 guys. C4 is just still amazing. So maybe today's the day that GoTo finally doesn't go up. Well, it's still up though. It's just fading now. That's all. GOTU. No problem. Now look at APLS guys. APLS. Now this had the big down day yesterday, except it had a huge recovery. It was down to $46 and closed up here at 52. The high of yesterday, I'm going to stick an alert. Well, actually, it's going to take a punch to get above it. Actually, I'm not. No, that's incorrect. 53.30. So it's almost at the high of yesterday. I'm going to stick an alert around there, see if it takes it out. Wow, go to finally giving it up. I don't know if this is a shortable for me. Actually, it is shortable. 6.2 million shares available at Interactive Brokers, but it's early. It is just basically gone back to yesterday's close. So still waiting. Nothing in this scan yet. Nothing appearing in this scan yet. We'll go to find went negative now briefly or barely, I should say. GOTU. Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Costco an all-time high. Earnings after hours yesterday. Market loved it. Interesting, the day before yesterday, they seemed to be betting that it would not have great earnings. You can see look at that red candle. The market was up yesterday. Costco was down. People know they were going to be releasing earnings after hours. Minor bets being placed that it wouldn't be great, I guess. Yeah, I used to have a Costco membership many, 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 many years ago, but HMC guys, Honda, HMC moving down here. I guess this is a builder, right? Taylor, yeah, of course they are. So TMH, this is an all-time high, basically an all-time high for, look at this STTK. The C4 and the STTK, there's the VRCA. Shady was talking about that one. Up to 460, but right back down to 433. So I mean, it's still pretty whippy in the pre-market, or not pre-market, in the first 15. Yeah, you can see how whippy these things can be in the first 15. A big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Look at the C4. C4 has a huge topping tail now. High in the pre-market was around 6 for VRCA. This is the one I think. Is this the one that yeah, skin disease study in Japan producing or showing promise? Well, you'll miss the ones that rip right off the bat. Absolutely. But I don't have a problem with it because I too many times I would try to time things right at the beginning, and I would just take a bunch of losing trades. So yeah, I'll miss the ones that move right off the bat, like the VRCA could keep going, but it doesn't bother me at all. Yeah, it just puts you in a bad mood, doesn't it? You take that first trade and What happens is you take that first trade, it doesn't work, take another one, doesn't work, and all of a sudden you're behind, and then you start trying to play catch up. And so you start increasing your risk on the next trades to try to make up for your losses. And I mean, I used to do it. And listen, I used to do it. But it doesn't mean that, there are certain stocks that will just keep going. So waiting for the first one to show up. Now, listen, I may not get any today. A couple of days, 3 days ago, I think I only had four in here, all for the whole day. All right, BVN, guys, BVN on the move here. Buenaventura Mining Company out of, I should have known this, out of Lima, Peru. Interesting. Big move for this one so far. It's a big float, quarter of a billion in the float. That's a big move. Well, okay. So Antofagasta buys 19% of Peru's, this one, Buenaventura. So this is a company out of Chile. Okay. So that's the reason for the BVN on the move here, guys. Okay. Things have settled down just a little bit, not getting too many more new ones here. And we're almost in that first 15 minutes. BRLI. Now, this is the SPAC that went crazy in the pre-market. Not as crazy as the other one, the ATAK, but did get up to $20. Now it's starting to move a bit here. Silly low float, 368,000 in the float. So obviously you got to be incredibly careful out of China if you're going to even take a look at this. No, no JK. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, unusual option activity. I mean, unless you're just looking, I mean, the filters that we've got. So, I mean, this is abnormal option activity. So, I mean, this is going to show you stocks that are having abnormal option activity with respect to volume. All right, guys, here's the APLS now. The APLS now is just at a little bit above yesterday's high and crawling back. So, I mean, there's nothing more that you can do other than use those filters. But for instance, look at NVDA. Okay, let's just take a look at NVDA. Okay, so far, 176,000 contracts, right? It's only 16% are normal. So it's not really trading abnormally, option wise. for NVDA. All right, guys. So we're 15 in now. Now I can start to, I'm just waiting to see if we get anything from that the combo scanner. So far, nothing. Now that right off the bat is telling me something, not getting any alerts right now from that scan is telling me something that today may not be that dynamic a day to trade in what I like to see anyway. I do see those. I do see those real IR and TMHC. Not, I'll watch them later on. This is a very different day from yesterday because yesterday I had to turn off my sound alerts. I just getting alert after alert after alert after alert for the first almost hour, it seemed. I saw this one yesterday. I don't think I'd seen this one before. The VIRC guys, VIRC, this is an all-time high. It won't show up in the option scanner because it doesn't trade options, but this is an all-time high, VIRC. So the market, so a minor disconnect happening. NAS is up 40, Dow's down 47, SPY's down. So a minor disconnect in the market right now between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. This one from yesterday, this was the IPO from yesterday. If you timed it well enough, it would have been great, but this is the INHD. All right, now this one for the VRCA, I'm going to stick an alert at 5 and see if it can take 5 out. I did hit almost 6 in the pre-market, so it does have a little bit of room to run. Had some news, so it should sustain itself for a good portion of the day in terms of the interest because of the news. 509 times relative volume, so you can see it doesn't trade very much usually. 3.7 million right now, 25 million in the float, so it's a fairly low float. All right, guys. So things have, as I say, have completely quieted down for me. MOND. Let's take a look at MOND, see if there's anything interesting for it. Nope. Look how choppy it is, choppy on the daily and all that. So I'm not interested in that one. Best advice I could give right now is don't trade out of boredom. Rumble on the move a little bit here, guys. RMBL through the 200-day moving average. Don't see any specific news on it. Low float, 11 million in the float. Pretty high short float interest. Maybe it's a meme stock today. I don't know. Okay, guys. Look at LDI. LDI. There's that VIRC. Another all-time high now for VIRC. So look at so X per. Again, I'm not getting anything from that combo scan. Doesn't mean I won't do anything at all. I'm not, if I mean, it's possible we'll get a day, we won't get anything. Um, Look at X per, guys. So the next high looking left is 1174 for X per. You know what? There might be something messed up here. Just give me a moment. Yeah, there's something screwed up here, guys. I mean, yeah, how can we have minus? This says minus 59,000, minus 160. So I hope it's only this stock. Every now and then, our option data gets a little messed up. I hope it's only that stock. Yeah, no, doesn't trade options. Sorry, guys. I'm a little. I'm having a little discussion trying to find out if there's something going on with wrong with our option data. Okay, but anyway, IMMX. I don't think it trades options anyway, so that's not an issue. IMMX on the move here. See if there's any news on this one. Jason, Jason bought 6.9% more shares. He's the director of this company, so I guess that's the reason for the little pop. Let me see if there was a price that he bought at 477 a share. So guys, this could be a very quiet day for me. I'm not going to try to take something if I don't. I'm not trying to manufacture a trade. Got to meet all my criteria. I'm not going to just take something because I'm bored. Believe me. So I don't know. Maybe we'll get nothing in this one today. But it's still early. It's only 9:59. So the LDI showed up on our RAI LDI loan depot. The high at 745 pre-market was 307. It's not a low float, so it's a nice move with that float. Not a high float, 59 million, certainly not high, but so it's 11% move so far. See if there's any news on this one. Not sure I don't see any specific news for this one. It's had a nice 3-day run, including today so far. I have Moderna thumbnailed, mRNA. It's been very choppy to begin with, but looks like it's trying to move down now. I mean, but look at this. I mean, it got a high of 89, spiked up. This was at that's 9:30, spiked up to 89, back down to 86. The low of yesterday. Maybe stick an alert at the low of yesterday and see if it takes it out. It had some good news yesterday regarding skin cancer drug. Wow, that's a big halt. So it got halted on the way down, I guess, right? DRCA. Okay. Well, we'll see if it bounces back at all. 396. So this is the halt. This the screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. So there's you can't see the symbol, but that is VRCA halted at 411. This column here is showing where the potential open could be. You can see how it changes though. Typically they're 5-minute halts. So if it's going to open in 5 minutes, it'll open at 10:06 plus 28 seconds. Meanwhile, I mean, C squared, not C squared, C to the fourth has been all over the place this morning. Got as high as 619, came all the way back down to 557. Still has that $12 price target that Stifel put on it a couple of days ago. Okay, guys, this LDI looks interesting. Over 3, it is an AI alert also. And now, wow, it's probably not shortable. ATAK, imagine that, up to 128, whatever, $125 pre-market down to 9. Nonsensical action, obviously. Let me just see something here. Yeah, so taking out the 40 cent, so one of the things in the daily breakout, LEI is showing up in the option scanner. And in the daily breakout, again, this combo scanner, let's explain what we're doing here. So you see there's nothing in this combo scanner right here, abnormal option plus the 10-day daily breakout. So you'll notice that, yes, LDI is here, but it's not here. And the reason being is that it's not up 40% from the open, 40%, 40 cents from the open. So I think really you probably took that out, and I think Pepe took it out also in one of the scans that we're testing, sort of variation on this one. So if you take out the 40 cent that it has to be, so there's the LDI. So you put it at, yeah, that's right. You put it at 30 cents. See what, so yeah, so it is obviously 30 cents because it opened at 274. So 304. That's where you probably should have got an alert. Yep, 304. All right. Okay. There's the LDI now showing up in call it the official scan because now it's up 40 cents. 40, it's up 40 cents from the open. Boom. So this is what we're talking about. Okay. So again, I encourage everybody to experiment. Okay. You can take this scan and you can start to experiment with it like Real did and Pepe's doing, and maybe others, I think JM. And by experimentation, this is what I mean. You know what? I'm going to have to explain it later. All right. I mean, even if you waited, for this 316 instead of the 304. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I mean, what do we want? What else do we want? Wow. Oh, like again, don't be afraid to take some off. I mean, I have no idea where this is going. The next high looking left. Well, you can see right there. There it is. That red line is the next daily high. You can't see it on the daily chart, but that's what that red line is. So I've taken some off, guys, because that red line right there, that is the next daily high. If I expanded my daily chart out, you would see that high right there. Whew. Well, let's see if we get another one. What do I think about Snap in the last few weeks and today? What do I think about it? Now, understand, Wave Labs or Wab Lab. I am not a swing trader at all. Okay, so all I really care about stocks are intraday. But let's take a look at Snap. I mean, it's obviously on a weekly chart, it's super extended. It's had a great run. Today it's awful. I mean, awful. When I say awful, I mean look how choppy it is. Topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. So I'm not sure, I mean, but on a daily chart and a weekly chart, it looks pretty extended to me, but that's all I can say. Still, lifetime low, lifetime range is still way at the bottom of its lifetime range. Let's expand this to a monthly chart and see what we see. Okay, so on a monthly chart, the next high is up here, 30. I mean, so in theory, on a monthly chart, it still has room to run. And Jeffries, I do recall, yeah, Jeffries raising the price target from 16 to 22. So I mean that is kind of your information about Snap. I mean, these are, well, again, I mean, yeah, and this is the bug we've got, guys. We discovered we have a bug here. When you click on an alert in an alert window, you're not getting that. They're not showing you where the next high is on the daily chart. But if you do click on it from a multi-strategy window, you're seeing that high. Okay, so now remember that high was up here, and now it is now down here. Not sure why that's there, but but at any rate, that red line was right up there, almost right where it stopped. Okay, so nobody is saying that these things are going to run all day long, but from 316, even if you waited till 316 up to, and no, and by the way, nobody's saying you're going to get it. You could take it right at 316 and get out right at 357. But as I always say, give me the middle two thirds anytime, and I'll be very happy. It's not an incredibly low float either. 59 million in the float, so it's not incredibly low. And one of the reasons why it's probably, I don't see any specific news on it today. So again, so far only one today. The LDI, that's the only one. Typically, what time is it now? 10:15. Probably not going to get too many after 11 o'clock. Usually they're in the first hour and a half or so. Now, the other thing to be aware of is now use this like a watch list, okay? LDI could set up later on in a different way. For instance, some of you could be pullback, it could be VWAP players, okay? So look, here's the VWAP for LDI at 315. What did it do? It got down to 324. So some of you like to play pullbacks, maybe to the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like. So, I mean, I use this now like a watch list all day long. You're only going to get about, I don't know, between say 4 to 10 stocks to watch, and they can set up different times during the day. Okay, guys. Again, not too much. Now, I mean, there's no, I mean, before we had the combo version of this, I mean, it certainly used to watch the option activity on its own. I mean, it doesn't mean this is all, just because it's not showing up in the combo, doesn't mean you can't take a look at some of these and trade them also. Well, this one's got some room on the downside, guys. MGY, Magnolia Oil and Gas, got some news. Got some room on the downside. Next low looking left is 2041. That's almost $1 away. Okay, so if there's any specific news on it, probably not. Take a look at XLE. Now, I typically don't trade oil or gold stocks because they're usually just too tied in, just too tied into their to the sector. So XLE, but if you're looking at MGLO, sorry, MGY, keep an eye on XLE. It's moving down also. Tallow, the same sector. It's moving down also. Take a look at CGNT, another one. I've seen this one on the run. I mean, look at some of these moves: $4 to $7 in about a month and a half, 5 weeks maybe. CGNT, you would have had a hard time holding on to it 2 days ago when it did this, a big bottoming tail. It did recover. Newbie, let's take a look at Newbie, NUBI. No, it's a SPAC. Okay. ARQT from Shady. Let's take a look at ARQT. 249, 240. Okay, so what Shady is talking about, he took the trade at 249. He has a stop at 240 on it. 9-cent stop. Hindenburg coming out with obviously a scathing report for CHSN. That is from who posted that? Rob. Let's take a look. So that is probably the reason for this little drop here. Here it is. Hindenburg researcher Nate Anderson posts China-based pump and dump chat room operators are now aggressively pushing CHSN. Another NASDAQ special that will collapse suddenly. There you go. Pump and dump China special. Yeah, well, I mean, that's when we see stocks like this from China, low float, and we can't see any news. I mean, it's obvious that that is kind of what's happening. All we try to do is take advantage of it while we can. Yeah, and actually, there were just as I was looking, there were 5,000 shares available to short, but they've just been snapped up at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available now. They just got snapped up. All right, guys. Now VRCA is right back up to that 5 level. And guess what? Okay, guys, it also showed up in the option activity scan. Okay, I'm sorry, the combo scan. It showed up in the combo scan. Almost looks like it's halted. Yeah, it just got halted, guys. Just got halted. Well, well, here we go. What we want to see is a number above 516. It got halted at 516. Okay. Well, let's hold our breaths, guys, and see what happens when it opens. What we want to start seeing is a number greater than 516 here. Okay, how do you what time is it now? 10:25. I may as well go over this stuff on my homepage, including my scans. Okay. Now, so Justin, I'll put the link in here that I'm going to talk about in general. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. I'm going to go over my homepage in a lot more detail, but you want my scans right now, just scroll down, click here, middle section, my scans, and this is the one we're talking about right down here. Abnormal option activity plus 10-day daily break combo. Okay, that's the scan that I'm totally interested in. Obviously, I have other scans here. IPG, real. I know you've got that one from your scan also. Okay, guys, obviously I have to wait on this one. So the halt is at in 24, 19 plus 19 seconds. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 10:29 plus 19 seconds. So this is from Reel's variation of the combo IPG 3302, 3320 now. The changes he made. Let me just check to see what the changes he made. I'm going to go over this, guys. I will go over this, okay? Yeah, so you reduce the current volume from 8 to 4, the volume from 500,000 shares to 300,000. The open doesn't matter in this particular case, but okay, guys, if it's a 5-minute halt, there it is. It just resumed. Okay, let's see if it pops a little bit above this now. Bated breath. Okay, guys, you know what? I've taken it off. I've made just a little bit on it, and that's it. I'm just a little, of course, I'm worried about because of what happened earlier. So I may get back in it if it gets back over, say, that 514 mark. If this hadn't happened before, I may have been a little inclined to hold on a bit, but that was such a massive pullback. Still holding 5 though. I mean, if it, if you get some volume coming in and it pops through this high right there, it could really go. I'm not completely giving up on it, but I'm talking with the VRCA. The problem is I have to keep watching this because it could happen quickly if it's going to happen. So I can't just set a price alert and forget about it. Kind of like that. Okay, guys. You see, and that's why I had to keep watching it. Well, on a percentage basis, that'd be tremendous if it got up to 6. I mean, even if it stalled at 6, now the 200-day moving, well, it's above the 200-day now, 520. I didn't even realize it. Rookie mistake. And on the weekly chart, there's room well, you see 569, but I'm looking at this pre-market high. But you have to trade it the way you see fit, of course, if you trade it at all. Come on, one more pop. Okay, I've taken some off, guys. I'm just hoping it would get back up to the 550s, like now, maybe. There we go. There we go. I did take some off just before, just in case. Now we're moving. Nothing to understand, Kyle. Okay. I mean, honestly, there's nothing to understand. I mean, it's a gut feel sometimes. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. But you have to understand that I have a lot of faith in this scan now. Okay. A lot of faith in this combo scan. That's leading me to do things that I may not have normally have done. And it's not just today and yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before. It's 10:35 right now. Give me a moment. Well, I didn't see any resistance. I mean, I was looking at the pre-market high. Okay, that's really all I was looking at. I think the traders will look at that pre-market high, and say, "Well, it got up there in the pre-market. Maybe it can get close to that again." That's all. That's all I was doing. Nothing more. I'll halt it again now. This time, at least the halt price now is above sorry, the potential is above the halt price. Wow. Okay, guys, time for me to go over. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So now I'm going to go over some of the stuff you can find on my homepage. Okay, guys, so on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So at the very top here, now I would hold off, okay? Let's be honest about this. You're going to have a promo code next week, probably at least 25%. So, excuse me, unless you want to have a subscription right now to take advantage of some of the scans I got, fine. I'd probably wait till next week though, because the promo will be 25% minimum. Might be 30, but it's probably only 25. Well, not only, but be 25%. And that'll get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. Now, all I ask is this: if at some point in the future you decide to take out a subscription, use my promo code. You come into the room, use my code. That will help the room immensely. This is a free room. And the way we keep it free is by people, when they take out a subscription, to use my promo code. It's that simple. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This will take you through your download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. I would really recommend you take a look at this. Okay. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. Trade of the week is free, and it turned out to be a sensational one. It was Carvana. It had a rocky start. The trigger was 41, almost probably got stopped out. The trigger was 41 on Monday. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we had the huge, huge day on Wednesday. Most stocks moved higher. And then, of course, yesterday, so it got up to $50. So, anyway, turned out to be a great trade of the week. And I have to confirm, Steve may be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. He is the originator of the trades of the week. He was supposed to be in yesterday, but he couldn't make it yesterday. Probably today. I'll confirm that before I take my break, though. This is our education section right here. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. Now, before you look at this, if you're new, don't get overwhelmed by all you see in our user guide. It's not unlike any other software program. Of course, we've got a big, we have a big guide. You don't have to learn everything though. I would concentrate again on the getting started. I would understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is. If you want to find more about stock racing, here it is, and price alerts. You see me use price alerts all the time. Okay, so you don't have to learn everything, but I would certainly, take a look at the alert windows and top list windows at the very, very least. In the education section, again, here's the getting started. So the daily support. So as I was saying, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. And there we go, guys. VRCA just opened. Wow. Okay, I've taken most of mine off. Okay, most of mine off. We'll see if it has some even a crazier run, but I'm of course a little worried it might not hold that 6 level, but that's just me. How you trade it is up to you. Okay, daily support. Again, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. Normally that would be Andy, but Andy and Steve, I think, have switched. So it should be Steve. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. Okay. Last, my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down a bit and click down here. And here are my scans. And here is the one that I'm raving about. And maybe it's not your style of trading, but the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo that they put it together. And here are the only 2 alerts. As they say, not too shabby. Okay. So I have other scans I'm sharing, but am I looking at them? Not much. I mean, I do look at the Momo scan, but I'll go over some of them here. If you want to find the stocks that are moving in the pre-market, my pre-market actives up and down. These are the gappers up and down. Here's the halt resume over here. This is the momentum scan right here. The abnormal option activity on its own is right here. And what you don't see on my other monitor is this combo scam, okay? Scan. So all we did was this, was to explain this in a little more detail. So these are two different scans, okay? This is looking for a 10-day daily break out or down, okay? Out to the break to the upside, a break to the downside. And this is looking for abnormal option activity. You know what? Before I do that, let me just quickly, because I know there are new people in the room wondering about what is this program all about? So we are scan. Wow, look at the BBN. I mentioned this one earlier, probably about the 1150 mark. This is the one. This is a Peruvian stock company out of Chile. Took 19% position in this. So we're a scanner. Lot of screeners out there that you can buy. I right click on this momentum scan, and this is what I mean, the difference between a scanner and a screener. So there are a lot of screening programs out there, but what we are excellent at are showing you stocks making new highs of the day. But sorry, real-time alerts. I just happen to be using the new high of the day real-time alert here in this particular scan. I'm going to show you we have other real-time alerts that you can use, but the one I typically just use is either the new high of the day or the new low of the day. But this is the screening aspect of this particular scan. It's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three. That means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day, 10:45. It's time sensitive. Now, if you're going to ask what is normal, I think it's over about a 30-day period, what it has done up to this time of day. Please don't go back day by day by day by day over 30 days and say, "Oh, well, wait a minute, that's not exactly right." First of all, that's a general explanation. It is a proprietary filter, okay? But listen, good enough for us, right? 100,000 shares minimum. This is the volume aspect or the momentum aspect. 1,000% of normal in the last minute, 400% of normal in the last 5 minutes. Okay, that gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was BVN at 10:43. The time right now, this is all Eastern time. Time right now is 10:46. So since then, no other stock has met these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's what we're really, really good at, real-time alerting. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. But of course, if you want to make a change to it, you want a different price range, you want something else, maybe when you get used to using trade ideas, and I'm going to show you, we have all sorts of other filters, of course, and other triggers. Maybe you want to try something different. Okay. But if you like it the way it is, great. Now I'm a momentum trader. Okay. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day or lows of the day. That may not be your style. Doesn't mean you can't take a look though at these stocks because, for instance, BVN, maybe it pulls back to a certain moving average that you like, maybe to the VWAP. Here's 1156 is the VWAP. Maybe if it pulls back. So as a intraday trader, first let me just go over this one right here. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Now again, don't get overwhelmed by all of the information you're going to see here. These are all of the real-time alerts that we've got right at the top, the new high and the new low of the day. But these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. I don't use any of them other than the new hire, the new low of the day. Most of them, I have no idea what they mean. I don't care about them. Okay. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay. If you see something that makes sense to you, you can use it, but you don't have to learn every one of these. Other one, here are the filters that we've got. Is when you see these icons, the same thing. I use only a handful, and you don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that for the thousands of customers they had, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. So it's a common question. We get, I looked at your program, it looks incredibly hard to learn. How am I going to learn all these? You don't have to. Really want to emphasize that. Now, as somebody who is an intraday trader, all I'm looking for, I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. That's all I'm looking for. So we've got one terrific filter, a relative volume filter, excuse me, which looks at the time of day of trading. So it is time sensitive. So what this is telling me right here, 14.85, the relative volume. That means up to this time of day, say 10:50 a.m. Eastern time, it is trading 15 times what it is normally done over a 30-day period. That is obviously abnormal. So that's the first step to finding stocks that are trading abnormally, to use that filter. The next thing I'm doing is to also look at the option volume. Okay, I don't trade options, but another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally is to check to see, well, is their option activity abnormal also? Again, I don't trade options, but here I can see that in terms of options, this is traded 1,600 contracts today, BVN, which represents 781% of normal. In other words, 7.8 as a ratio. So coupled with the volume, 14 times normal, and the option volume, 7.8 times normal, this is allowing us to find stocks that are really trading abnormally. Okay. And again, if you're an intraday trader like myself, that's what you should be looking for, stocks that are trading abnormally. Why would you want to take a stock that is not trading abnormally if you're trying to intraday trade it? You don't want to get into something and then it just, it's just boring, not trading at all, in my opinion. So as an expert, now my minimum filters here has to be at least 500 contracts. I mean, I have other filters in place here, but the option filters has to be at least 500 contracts, and that has to represent at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. These are the filters that we have for options. Again, we don't scan for the chains or anything like that. But these are the option filters that we do have. Some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio, the option volume today, put and call volume today. Now, this option volume right there, this is, I believe it's over a 14-day period, what the average has been over the last 14 days in terms of option volume. And this is the other filter to use in combination with that. The option volume today percent. So that is a minimum for me in this scan of 150%. In other words, 1.5 times normal. Now, a lot of the stocks, of course, that we see are going to be way more than that, but that's the minimum it has to be. So when I put this scan together a long time ago, the abnormal option activity, and then we put this one together, I don't know how long ago, months and months and months ago, the breakouts, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. What I was noticing is that if I saw the same stock in the abnormal option activity and also either in the breakout or the breakdown, it was really worth watching. And it took me a while to even notice that. I'd see something here and then, hey, wait a minute, it's also over here. And this is several months ago. So I don't know. How long ago was it, Pepe? Maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. I, in my head, said, boy, it'd be great if I could somehow combine the scans, to so that instead of having to, go down this list and check it against the stocks that were here to see what were the common ones, to have a way in which we could see the common ones immediately. And so Pepe, there are great contributors in the trading room. He put this together. So now we don't have to scour this list, compare it to this list. Here they are. Okay. And so it just makes it a lot easier. You don't have to, again, you don't have to compare these lists to see what the commonalities are. This is going to show you immediately. And since that time, I mean, this has just been a tremendous producer. Now, don't think that every single stock that you see here, well, today, yes, but obviously not every single stock is going to be a winner. You have to look at the stock on its own, click on it, see what you see. Is there a is the 200-day moving average above it? Is the next high of the day close by? You'll see that's what I do all the time, always checking to see where the next high is, either on the daily chart or the weekly chart. If it's too close, I won't take the trade. So you still have to have some trading experience or be able to look at a chart, and figure out if you do want to trade it. So that, in a nutshell, what it's all about right now for me is just paying attention. Remember at the beginning of the day, I mean, this is the first alert we had is 10:07, and we went at 10:23. We don't get too many alerts here, but and so if it's not your style, if you're in for, if you need to be in trades all day long, this might not be what you want, because you're not going to get, a lot of action from that. And if you're new to trading, I mean, trading, first of all, trading is very hard. Okay, it's not easy. On my homepage, I showed you where you can find Trading 101. I would really recommend you take a look at that before you do anything. You have to have an ability to look at a chart and under kind of have an idea about what it's trying to tell you. If you're looking at this chart, if you're looking at a chart and you think, well, I have no clue what it means, then you have to start, taking some kind of a course. And what we're offering is free. All those videos are all free from my homepage. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. It's not a matter of just taking our program and clicking on alerts. Saying, well, I guess I should take this one. I guess I should take this one. If you have no idea about what you're seeing on a chart, you're it's going to be really. You might get lucky, the odd time, but overall, you probably won't be. And we also have this window that you see here, which I'll try to use a little bit more today. This is a simulator that you can practice trading in. Okay. So Lee, right here on my homepage right here, click on my link, on that link, and you'll be at the top. Just scroll down a bit, middle section, my scans, and this is the one. Okay. Yeah, obviously I have other scans, but I mean, this is the one that right at the bottom right column. And this is a support room also, okay? I mean, I call it a trading and support room. So if you're new into this room, or even if you're not new in the room and you have a question, don't don't be shy, okay? And there are no stupid questions. We all started off, trading. When I started off trading, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't have a room to go to. A lot of it, I lost lots of money. I mean, it was awful. But at least you have a room. I'm not saying, lots of great traders in this room. Okay, you can listen to me, of course. You can ask me questions, but there are a lot of great traders in this room and all sorts of different trading styles. I have my own style, but it may not be your style. And if you're starting out, you won't know what your style is, and that's why we have a simulator that you can practice in. You need our sta All you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker yet. If you don't know who your broker is gonna be, haven't decided. Where is the resistance for VRCA? Well, again, all I do to check to see I just check to see where the next highs are, okay? That's all I do. Whether that is going to be absolute resistance or not. So for VRCA, I mean, obviously we had a high up here at 620, you know, and that got a little bit above the high in the pre-market, which was 599, number one. So now I'll start looking left on a daily chart. I don't see anything, right? I don't see anything because the current price is way above all prices. Now, could I scroll? Yes, but I don't do that. The next thing I'll do is I'll check the weekly chart. So we're at 588 right now. On the weekly chart, I see 591. I see 589 right there. That could be a little bit of resistance. If it takes that out, look on the weekly chart. 776 is the next high looking left. Nobody is saying it's going to get up there. Okay. But that is for me, that means it has a chance to start to get, fill in this void, this gap area. Nobody's saying it's going to get up here, but at least you don't have to worry about weekly chart resistance. Okay. All I do. I do see that IPG. Yes, it is. Yeah, from 33 to 2. I'm actually watching the IR also reel. It's right at the trigger, 75.58. Yeah, I did not short LDI. Where do I import? So El Lobo, the wolf. So if you go to my homepage, you go to my homepage, and just put the link in again. Just go to my page at the top here. Okay. You just scroll down until you see the scan section, the middle section, and it's right at the bottom here. Okay. Right at the bottom. Guys, VRCA is back at it again. All right, guys. Wow. Wow. Now, this, call it the good thing about this is that there was some news. Okay. Now, whether we think the news warranted a jump of 69% right now, it doesn't matter. But at least there was some news for this VRCA. And it is phase three results. So, later stage, 55% amid positive phase three results for a skin drug. That was in Japan. It was conducted in Japan. Okay, so I mean, there was some news as opposed to just, wondering, well, why is this happening? So there is some news. It's also a pretty low float, 25 million. It's the only way something can go up about 66%. Wow. Shady. ARM is up to that price. That's been the best IPO probably in the last couple of years. I mean, there might have been something better, but this is when it IPO'd this week back here in September. It got up to $69. It's low. It's got down to 46, but ever since then, so it's an all-time high now. And like Real was saying, he's saying, I guess he ended up shorting LDI, using this like a watch list. Okay, so I mean, this can set up in different ways, not just on the long side, but also on the short side. I didn't take the short on it, but as a watch list. Normally, I would say I don't even know what the average is, but sometimes some days we'll get four alerts. I think yesterday we may have had 10 alerts in this, which was pretty extraordinary because remember it's a combo. Two things have to happen for it to appear to so that it will appear there. Well, it started off rather boring for me, guys, but certainly the excitement level for me, anyways, picked up. Hey, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Just a moment, please. Okay, guys. Pepe, have you had any? I'm looking at some of the ones you got from your RB2 10-day and RB2 5-day. Just wondering if there's has there anything been interesting? There's too many for me to look at right now, but have you been able to look? No, really? Okay. You know what? This is the first one we've seen for a while in the 10-day and the combo to short, HRTG. Now, this is showing up in the combo to short. Now, we haven't had as much success shorting, okay, as opposed to going long. This is what I'm talking about. Now, the first thing I do, I take a look, 635. So I'm going to look left. Where's the next low? Well, the next low is 632. So, and then the next low after that is around 612. So for me, it's it's just too close for me. Now, listen, it may just pile right through all this and move even further down, but I won't take it. Okay. I just won't take it. If the next low was down here, around the 570, 550 mark, I'd be way more inclined to take this short. But it just doesn't set up the way I want it to. Wow, VRCA. So you see it here, you see it here, of course, you see it. Where'd it go? Hey, Kyle, good. You bought it at 618 and stop at 580. So you got to be pretty happy now. Guys, I'm back. So real, I think with the IR, I think that it might need a little market help. Maybe wrong. Might need a little bit of market help though. But I've got my alert set up here around 75.63 and see if it takes it out later on. Well, it's holding though. I mean, that's a good thing. It's holding. The alert was at 75.58, so it's kind of holding in that area. Wow, it's 11:15 already. Been a very fast morning for me anyway. So now this one is dropping and it is, whoa, lots of shares available in Interactive Brokers today. 500,000, 589,000 available at Interactive Brokers. There's been a lot of short covering, obviously. For the longest time, it wasn't shortable. Then all of a sudden, you might see 45,000. And I'm seeing 588,000 shares available to short. Now, does that mean I want to short it? Not necessarily. The low over here, yeah, you see the low here is around 5. If it took out 5, I mean, then that might be really interesting to short. Take a look. Okay, my music just stopped. Just give me a moment. You know what? I think my headset went dead. Just give me a moment, guys. Might have to switch. So I'm putting myself on mute. Yeah, this is not the radio. No, actually, good. It wasn't my. I'm getting other sounds, so it must be my music player. So just give me a moment. Hmm. Just give me a moment, guys. I just have to start my player, my Sirius again. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, back. What do you think about this one reel? TMHC. Let's take a look at THMC. This is TMHC, all-time high now. Well, again, we don't count the pre-market. Coral World Media. Hello, how to plot. This is in our YouTube room. Let me see if I can. How to plot market structure like high, high, lower, high. Okay, so I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean. Are you talking about on our chart? What do you mean by how to plot it? Need a little more information, I think. Okay, so again, I'm not 100% sure first. Okay, but in this particular scan here, this is when you say plot, so you just mean get an alert. So CRTC as a CRCT as an example. So all I'm doing is just using the new high of the day alert, real-time alert. That's one. I mean, you can use new 5-minute high, new 10-minute high, 15, 30-minute high, things like that. But I'm using a new high of the day alert right here with other filters in place, of course. Is that all you mean? I mean, it's really simple if that's all you mean. So the last time that happened was at 11:04. The time is 11:20 right now. The last time that happened was at 11:14. Okay, so no other stocks made just happen again now. CRTC just making another new high. You can see right there. Is that all you mean? I mean that's really simple, and you can have that scan, or am I misunderstanding what you're really looking for? Meanwhile, okay, now you can have that scan, and you can adjust it, of course. When I say adjust it, I mean you might not like the price range. Maybe you want more shares. This is the minimum. Okay. Typically, when I see anything, it's going to be way over 100,000 shares. You may not care that it's a volume burst. Okay. But this gives it the momentum. But this is these are all the real time alerts that we've got. And again, right at the top here, new highs of the day, new lows of the day. What a bunch of nonsense this one was. If you saw this in the pre market, ATAK hit $125, $7 now. Bunch of nonsense. One of these SPACs. I don't know if they've even indicated who they're looking to take private or to take public. DIH Technology. That was last December. I don't know where they are in relation to that anymore, but that was a silly move, of course, up to $125. Okay, just a confirmation. It will be Steve in our YouTube room in a little over half an hour when I take my break. Rush. Yeah, that was the Canadian IPO many months ago, right? And it just went nowhere. Wow. I have no thoughts on it. I'm sorry. I mean, it's terrible. I mean, I see what you're looking at today. Got up to, but I don't look at anything under a dollar. Number one, that's just me though, of course. But I mean, it's it's been an awful IPO. So I have your guess is as good as mine. I guess I had some news trading higher after the company and Arrive Technology announced an agreement and a plan of a merger. So there's your news on it. Whether that is great news, indifferent news. I mean, the market pumped it up because of that news, but it's given it completely back now. So, all right, guys. So Zim is on the move here, guys. ZIM is on the move. Meanwhile, wow, C4 is on the move, the opposite direction. Still a lot of shares available. I'm not, wow, I guess well, if it takes out five, I'm going to stick an alert around 491 and see what it does around there. Amazing how many shares are available now to short at Interactive Brokers, as opposed to last week and for most of this week, zero shares available. Now all of a sudden, 500,000. I'm going to go on my little mini rant again, guys. I haven't said this for a while. I think some of you, I don't mean you, I shouldn't say you. I'm not talking about anybody specifically in this trading room at all. So I shouldn't have said you. I think people try to overcomplicate trading so much. Some of the emails we get, people looking for the most, I think, insane, you know, filter or combination of filters. And if we don't have it, they get all mad. And I look at that and I go, how in the world do you really think that's going to help your trading? I think people try to really overcomplicate the situation. So the IMMX on the way up, the C4 on the way down. I showed you some of the emails that we get, I need to see a stock when it does this, and this. Can you help me? And I'm looking at that, I'm going, are you crazy? First of all, with all those requirements in place, you probably won't see anything, number one. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just reading some emails that come in, and the reason, I mean, it really, I mean, for our poor support people, I mean, they have to try to answer them. And I know people get a little ticked off. Well, why do you have this? Okay, guys, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. And you can see again why I didn't take that short, even though it showed up. The HRTG, for me, there wasn't just not enough room underneath looking left where it could go until it hit the next low. So, and we've sort of, mini analyzed this also over the last several weeks, whether or not shorts are any good in this scan at all. I really haven't seen any. And the market is making a nice little comeback here, guys. So now there is not a disconnect. The Nas is up, Dow's up, SPY's down a little, but at least both the Nas and Dow are mildly positive. Nothing great, but mildly positive. So I doubt we're going to get anything. After 11 o'clock. We don't typically get too many anymore in that scan. So I may do nothing for the rest of the day, other than try to trade around again the VRCA and the LDI, looking to see if it's, some setups again. Yeah, it's too bad this is not optionable. This IMMX, this would have definitely showed up. Big 10-day daily break, of course. It's just not optionable. What do I think about a short on Snap? Somebody asked me about that earlier, not so much the short on Snap, but just in general, what do I think? Well, we looked at the monthly chart, and yeah, it still had room on the monthly chart to keep running if it wants to. But it's very extended on the daily. But you know what? I'm sure people thought it was extended here, 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 here. I know you're looking intraday, Luca, or are you? Because I mean, it's only up. It's not up much. It's only up. Basically, it's flat today. So I'm not sure there's a big edge to do anything with it right now, to be honest. I mean, the low today is 1683, 1690-ish, not that far away. Yeah, so I mean, you know me, unless it broke 17, I wouldn't look at it. And then if it broke 17, the next lows are not that far away. So I mean, that's just me. I just don't think that there's enough in it. It's not trading abnormally, 0.84 relative volume. So that's another reason why I wouldn't look at it personally. I only want to trade if I'm going to trade intraday. I only want to see things that are trading abnormally. So that certainly is not trading abnormally, option wise, 44% of normal. So, but that's up to you, of course. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Luca. Now the market all of a sudden gets hit. Sure, I'm sure something like Snap would move down, but just nothing I would be looking at. All right, I found most of my success retests on mid to big cap. Set up a scan that picks those up. So when you say a retest, are you talking about like retesting what exactly, Frankfurter? I can give you a top list that'll show you stocks that are strong that have pulled back, and you can set it up to whatever market cap you want, if that helps. Okay, let me find that for you. Okay. As far as pattern recognition is concerned, I have no faith in, I know you're talking about the bullish pattern recognition. Well, bullish, okay, bullish pattern, but I thought you're talking about pullbacks. But let me okay, where am I going to find it? Winners. Oops. Okay, biggest pullbacks on winners, okay? So let's take a look at this and I'll show you what it's looking for. Okay, so this is it. Now these are the filters that I've got in place right now. So for instance, so if I look at OSPN as an example, so what it's looking at is it's a stock I think has to still be up, I think at least 3%. So you can see it's still up 4.6%. But in the last 30 minutes, it has changed, it has moved down. Okay, as an example. Now, does that mean, that it's going to find you like if it goes down to maybe a certain, maybe the VWAP or something like that, maybe that's when you want to take a look at it, or maybe a moving average that you like. But this is sort of what you're going to see. Okay, a stock that is still strong for the day, but let's just take a look at the specific filter I have. So it has to still be up at least 3% from the open. Okay, it has to still be up 3% from the open, but it's got to be down in the last 30 minutes. Current volume is at least two, so it's trading at least twice as much as normal up to this time of day. Now, here's where you might want. Well, obviously, you're going to want to, if you want to find Amazon and things like that. So you will want to take that filter, and I don't know, what is Amazon trading these days? I can't load it because I've got this up. What's Amazon trading these days? Price range 150, $100, 148. Okay, so you want to put a max of 200, just to start. Now, when you say mid to big cap, so what do you want as your minimum in market cap? Here's your market cap filter. What do you suggest using as the minimum? You're talking 20 billion to 300 billion. That's what you want. You want the range to be 20. Okay, so Minimum of 1 billion, is that what you want? Okay, so we can do a little shortcut just by typing 1B, okay? So now we've got the price range between 1 and 200. I mean, you don't have to have the current volume of 2 if you just wanna have it nothing, but, at least maybe you wanna make sure it's trading somewhat abnormally, but we may not get anything, with that market cap. But let's see, okay? All we can do is see. Interesting, okay, so here you go. So here's MNSO. Let's move down like this. It's still up. Now this is the change from the close, but this is actually, I like to use the change from the open more than change from the close, but that's up to you. But it is still up at least 3% from the open. I'm surprised I don't have that column here. You know what? I should add that column just so you can see it. And yes, Tim, I'll give you that link, okay? Mm, that little red up here. Let me try again. Okay, so search, open, change from the open percent, and then show the column. Okay, so you can see everything is at least up 3% from the open. Okay, but has pulled back, and I've sorted it on the ones that have moved the most in the last 30 minutes down. Okay, I've sorted on the change in 30 minutes. Now you could do the change in 15. That's why I have them here. You could also maybe show the ones that are down the most in the last 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 5 minutes. Up to you. So is all this kind of making sense? Okay. So I'll give this to you. And of course, again, you can make adjustments as you see fit. So I'll give this to you and you can play around with it. Okay. And Tim, I'll give you the generic one, or do you want this one, Tim, too? I mean, this is going to give, these are large cap stocks, but I can give you the one. Up to you. You can take this one that I just created and you can adjust it, if you want a different market cap, or you tell me, okay? You're talking about Lee, are you talking about the one I just created? Here's a link for it. Okay, this is the link, the biggest pullbacks from the winners, but I made an adjustment. So, I mean, again, if you don't want this market cap, you don't want that price range, if it doesn't have to be at least a billion, you just take that out or whatever. I don't typically, okay, you want the generic one? Okay, I'm talking to Tim now in our YouTube room. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of this and I'll bring up the other one. So did not change. Okay, and then the flip, of course, you could always flip it to show you stocks that are down the most, but then are making a little bit of a recovery. And this is I think I call that the biggest pull up on losers. Stocks that are down still for the day, but are making a bit of a move up. You could take that same scan and just flip it if you know how to do that. Okay, Jamie, I put it in the original. I put it up. I'll put the link in already, just above where you typed in the original. And this is, I mean, listen, a lot of people like to see something like this rather than, taking stocks near the high. They'd rather see stocks that are pulling back, maybe to a certain moving average, maybe to the VWAP. You know, doesn't mean though that because this is still in theory a strong stock, that it's not going to keep moving down, down, down. But at least you'll see it, and then you can make up your mind. Maybe put a price alert at a certain level to see if it bounces from that alert and then resumes upwards again. Okay, CHSN. So yeah, that was the one that got hammered down by Hindenburg, right? CHSN. Yeah, stupid, stupid IB. Yeah, haven't seen that for a while. Referring to the fact that IB had no shorts for this one. Here what they said. Pump and dump chat room operators in China aggressively pushing CHSN. That's what happened, obviously, from when it was at 213 all the way up to almost 19 all these days. Well, it'll be way too late now. I think, Doc, way too late now. I think William is right, to play the bounce, see if they, those chat room operators, those pump and dump chat room operators in China say, oh, yeah, watch this. So guys, yeah, I mean, this is why I have the Momo scan up here. I mean, it doesn't mean that there's nothing good here to trade, but I'm just sort of steadfast in my resolve of just waiting for these ones now. I don't trade that often anyway, and if I can do, 3 or 4 trades a day, I'm very satisfied as long as they're, you know, these sort of trades that are giving me some really quality alerts and moves. I don't have to be in a trade all day long. So I'm seeing this in the 10-day daily breakdown, but again, I look left and I just see that there could be little areas where it could stall on the way down. So I'm just not interested in it. Well, certainly looking at the monthly chart for this CCT, I mean, I remember this, yeah, this month when it got, again, probably for no reason at all, got up to $20, all the way back down to basically a dollar or even less than a dollar, trying to crawl back now. A lot of volume coming in, low float, not optionable. Okay, guys, well, in about 9 minutes, break time. So if you have any questions for me, ask them now before I take my break. I'll be gone for about an hour. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in the room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve. He's not there yet. He'll be there right around noon Eastern. So I see that ZIM showed up on your scan. My inclination is no, just because when I look left on the daily chart, between the current price and 10, looks like there's a lot of blockage. Could be a lot of blockage. Well, what I would do is let's see what the float is. I would just take the entire float, William. Let's see what the float is for CHSN. Yeah, so you've got 3.39 million. I would just buy up the float. Just take, you have 1 to 4 at least. margin. Well, your house will certainly be worth, you could afford, well, wait a minute, 3.39 million, you need about, say, make it about, you need about $12 million to buy up the float. So if your house is worth 3 million, you've got the margin. At 12.75. Did you forget the M behind it? Jamie, you are more than welcome. It is my pleasure. Okay, guys, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up now, and I will put the announcement in. I'm still here until he shows up, but yeah, but what a short. Yeah, wow, what a short if you had shorts. Because if you recall when this was happening, we kept saying, I don't see any news, don't see any news, don't see any news, no news, no news, no news, except China low float. China low float. Give me a moment, guys. Now, this actually got halted, I think, on the way up, right? A little bit of a halt on the way up now. There's going to be a little bounce play in action here for CHSN, maybe. Meanwhile, NYMT continues to move down, but again, I just look left and I don't see for me enough room that it could keep moving down. Listen, I mean, if it got down to 8, that'd be awesome, but I don't have the faith it's just going to go from 845 down to 8. So, well, GoTo actually, I read something about GoTo this morning, and I guess there is a rival to GoTo that ran into some problems, some controversial problems. So lost, and so GoTo was picking up that audience. That's what I read about GoTo this morning. And that was kind of at least there was, a semblance of a reason why it was moving. can't remember where I read that, but I did read that. It wasn't here. I think it was in IB. I really do think it was in IB, but that headline is gone now.
I sneak in.
Ooh, you snuck in without. I didn't even hear the pop.
Yeah.
Oh, what a day again. Now, and I asked already about your what happened. Everything's kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife's a bit of a klutz. Had to go take her to the urgent care yesterday. It's all good. So I had to I had to shift through today, switch with Andy. So
What happened in
everybody.
order to tear both rotator cuffs? She just must have fallen down and tried to brace her fall with her arms.
Well, the first one was just slowly kind of happening, and then we went roller skating one day,
Ah.
and Kathy from Trade Ideas was actually there too. And my wife thought she could, fancy the crossover turn, and anyway, got tripped up and fell right on her shoulder, and so that one
Mm.
solidified the tear 100% on the MRI. And then I was on the phone 2 nights ago, and she was in the dark and tripped over something and slammed her other shoulder into the wall. So now she has two shoulders. She's a mess, but we'll get through it.
You will be doing a lot of the housework over the
Housework.
next few months.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
You
All
know
right, Steve.
exactly what. Yeah,
Thanks for taking over.
sure.
And you want to take off at about 5 too?
Sure. Yeah, I've got some website meeting. That's fine. It'd be great.
Okay. Will
Sounds
do.
good. All
Okay.
right.
Thank
See you.
you. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friday edition. If you're expecting Andy, he's switched with me. He was here yesterday, so I'll be here today. Oh, yes. Carvana had a good one this week. And I actually traded it well, too. So, I mean, we can, of course, start right off with that. It's the second time it's been called this year, but it was primarily a short squeeze play. And, we play the zoom in game. And, it's kind of like that. That was it right there. If I zoom out, that's not going to work. But if I zoom out from here, perfect. So there's the time machine game on Carvana. Knowing that the market has been really messing with the shorts, it's kind of obvious to see the short squeeze has really um, added to a lot of the movement that we've had on top of new buying, but a lot of it was hedge funds and big money that was betting for short moves. They had to get out of things and buy to cover. So with all that said, here's my scan for short squeezes. And as we can see, Carvana, oh shoot, I just ruined it, is 34% short the flow. But you could see that this area right here is what was highlighted. Okay. So we had a nice gap. We have a giant short float. But what was interesting, and I do wish I do want to go back and really try and isolate that move just because I can. Oops, that's not what I'm trying to do. Hold on. Start over. Here we go. Zoom in. Now I can zoom out. Perfect. All right. So once it triggered above 41 right there, I bought a little. But when we move forward, you can see that it gave a wild ride. I didn't like this at all, but this is the nature of the market. And I kind of want to talk about this price action because this was reality and this is how it played out. Triggered, right? And then immediately about face. And I thought, okay, well, I only bought half just for that particular reason. And I said, worst case possible, price action, gets a hold of the algorithms, get a hold of the price action and shake it like it's in a dog's mouth. And it will probably maybe come down and visit the 10 SMA because remember I talk about price action's fickle. It likes to actually touch and reach a target. And it's my contention that that's just proof that you have derivatives and quant and algorithms with therefore is if, then, target, reach, reverse. And so inputs, key inputs, they're called. And so, it's nice when they go without touching the 10. That just gives them more credibility. But a lot of times I say these price actions or their ADD, they want to come down and touch the button and flip the light switch a few times. Well, it did it here. And that's when I added. So here's my full position. So the way I traded it was half position, watch it, see what happens. Did it follow through? No. Sit, add to my full position. So I'm not averaging down. I'm not averaging to a losing position. This was originally a half position because I didn't really know if there was going to be a lot of follow through. So it played into that thinking perfectly, added to it. The next day we got our double touch, double confirmation that the price action on the daily candles had found buying support at the 10 simple moving average, 10-day candles. And that was it. So there we switch into my method, right? Day one. I like a day and a half trade. I call it a day and a half move. That's the momentum move. We can see in the daily chart, we got actually pretty good day and a half, almost 2-day move. So let's now switch to the intraday to talk about the day and a half move. So for my liking, day one is not a day to take profits. Day one is a day to sit. I did not take any profits. I rode that beautifully all day long into the close. Was happy to see this go, and there you go, taking off a third, taking off another third. Okay, and then if we zoom in, I noticed when we got to 50, that's when I took off the second third. I thought that's a pretty nice round number. Might have been 49, I can't remember. And then might have had only 20% left. And then there's my signal candle, right? I talk about the signal candle, the 1 15-minute candle that decides to close behind and underneath the 10 SMA. There it is right there. So I rode day one, day two on the 15-minute candle here, taking some profits, and then cleaning it out. That is my perfect move right there, day and a half. And that's all I'm looking for, because what have we now? We now have just kind of slop. We went higher. I missed that, but that's okay. I got the majority of the move. It doesn't bother me. Broke, back above, broke, back above. So it's just kind of getting sloppy now. Carvana might set up again, but this was the beauty, the consolidation that I look for. Now, it's really frustrating to try and call a trade of the week sometimes when you have that move where it takes it out and then reverses viciously and tests everybody's nerves, including mine. I don't like it, but that's what it did. Okay, so hello, Javier Finley. What do I think of Cure? Qure. Funny how it's kind of done the same thing. It's come out of consolidation and ran a day and a half. We'll even call it 3 days here. I mean, this is a nice 3-day move. If you want to sit through, I'm going to go back to right here. I would have had a hard time sitting through that right there. Back above, back down below. And so, a day and a half, that's a beautiful, it's a pretty good dovetail of what I was just talking about there, Finley. That's the perfect momentum wave that I like to surf, because it feels like that's a wave that I can trust a couple of cutbacks on. But once we get a closing candle down here below the rising 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart, there's day one, and here's the second day, day and a half. That is my sweet spot. So I'm saying I wouldn't come in here and establish a new position right now. I would be looking for some sort of reset up, reconsolidation. It's very similar to the trade I was just really breaking down, the trade of the week, which was sent out to everybody at Carvana. There's your consolidation. That's where you should be licking your chops and getting ripe and getting ready to position day one, day two, day and a half, and then it gets sloppy again. I don't prefer to want to trade something that's broken out and had 3 days of green candles. So I'm kind of conveying that to somebody who's listening, thinking, do I take an entry on these two charts he's showing me here? No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying, in hindsight, I want to show you what I saw. And QURE that Finley just gave did kind of the same thing. It had beautiful consolidation coming into the last 3 days. above all moving averages. Also, a nice little tell on this QRE is see the last 4 days here, how they come down and touch the 10 SMA, then they wick right back up. Just bottoming tails above a 10 SMA. It's just telling me it's revving its engine. This is like the staging area, for a drag race. Go through the gears, day and a half, and I'm out. I don't know. That's my deal. So if you're new, Barry is much more day trade focused. Get in, get out. Andy is much more like myself, so I'm filling in for Andy today. So, honestly, it's just kind of the same type of material. Yes, Iris, the scan is right here. This is the short squeeze scan. It's evolved. It used to be called the A table. I just want to know, I have to go to my other account. Sorry. Let me go here. Bear with me. I've got like 2 different Google accounts running. I can't, I've got to drop it in the right one. So there you go. That will give you, Iris, all the short squeezers. Let's just look at them real quick. Beyond Meat, disgusting. Would never touch it, would never eat it. And most people agreed for the last year and a half. But it's been a good ride for the shorts. And technically speaking, this is probably all short covering. Riding the 10-day moving average, consolidating. Look at that day and a half push. And now you got the 200-day kind of putting a lid on it. Not really my style. Look at UPST. There's that consolidation we talked about. So again, these are all trades that have a high short squeeze component. And if we back up even further, what's the market doing? The market is squeezing the shorts. The market's going higher. If the market was puking and just giving it up, short squeezes would not be working. Short squeezes work because the backdrop of the market, the current, is just giving everybody confidence, and the FOMO and the missing out and the, oh my God, I'm underperforming. I've got to put more money to work. Risk on, risk on, risk on. You've just got to be careful where and when you enter that trend. And that's what we're talking about. Looking for consolidation on high short squeeze stocks. GCT, I played this one, and this one was wild, and I'm still watching it. Trust me, you don't know how hard it was for me to lay off this trade yesterday. I did not take it. I wanted to lean on that, but I felt like it's had such a big run after earnings that it might really need a bit more give back. It's a very low floater, 13 millions, not a high short, not a high consolidation. But 40% of that is still short. Now, a lot of that, some of it's probably been worked off here on this last move. The next update we get on GCT likely will be a decrease on that percent number short. But here's what I'm looking at. You can already see my thinking. Maybe some of you can, maybe some of you can't. But you see that blue line, that's our price alert. I'm trying to maybe guide or gauge is the word I'm looking for, where in the next 2 or 3 days this price alert might trigger. And if it does come down and trigger it, ideally on the open where most of the stops are run, maybe it comes back down to the high of that candle, the close there. And so I'm kind of eyeballing a future trade idea. I'm setting myself up for a pitch. I don't know if it's going to happen. So all I know is if GCT goes off in the next day or two and I pull it up and I see the 20 SMA right there, I see a convergence of the price alert going off and the 20 SMA, I'm likely to take a chance on this GCT again if the market's still holding up, because sometimes the 10 gives way, but I call the 20 SMA in red the backstop. And I'm willing to give this GCT enough give back and consolidation for all the people that chased it up here around 15, 14, and they just keep getting grinded lower. We've all felt that trade where you can't take it anymore. And one day you've had a bad morning and you say, give me out, I'm done. And a lot of times that occurs right down here at a key moving average. So I'm giving myself a future opportunity. If that alert goes off and the price is right there on the 10 or the 20, excuse me, I might trade this because I want to lean on this right here. 40%. I want to lean on that short float, 40%. That's my current thinking. That's the way I'm currently looking for trades. That's how we got Carvana to work for us pretty well. Path was another one. I don't think Path was a huge short squeeze. No, not really. You can't call 9% a good short squeeze. But what's Path doing? It's kind of doing what we talked about. Might not want to take your eye off this one, actually. Look at the earnings gap, pulled back, gave some back. The 10 SMA got tested big time back here. But let me give you a good example of why I say I need the candle to close, whether it's a 15-minute candle or a daily candle. What's the closing price going to look like? Because if I freak out and wig out down here, I've done that too often to look at the end of the day and look back and want to kick myself and say, you know, it's the closing price that counts. I know in the moment it's no fun, but you look left and you start to see, all right, maybe there should be some support here. And there was. And so this is a very strong comeback. We've got 2 days of kind of holding pattern here. I'm going to go ahead and put an alert in at new highs in Path. And it might be worth considering. What's that high yesterday? It's got to get above that, though. But if it takes out of this consolidation, it's probably heading towards that. So I'm going to alert myself. Let's go ahead and zoom in. I'm a visual trader. Just tell me if it takes that out right there. Okay, so again, this is my workflow, you guys. I've set up another current opportunity. What I don't necessarily like about it is the distance we've got between this 5-day moving average. It's likely to want to break down here midday. I'm more likely to want to, actually, I'm going to do that. I'm more likely to be interested in a pullback on this thing. Like if it comes back down here to this 5-day, I don't necessarily want to chase a breakout. I'd rather find something that's just shaking somebody out midday, and I'm going to put it right there instead. Kind of change it up on you a little bit. All right, let's check up on my questions. Iris, there's your scan. Good. FOMC was crazy. Basically, it's sad. Patrick, if you want to get to, I'm not in silver. I gave up on it. I'm tired of playing the game, which is you literally have to sit through a Fed meeting to get any sort of move out of financials or gold or interest rate related stocks. And so, one, I don't know what the hell they're going to say. And then two, I don't know what the market's going to react to whatever the hell it is they said. So it's kind of a double-edged wave that I don't want to surf. So I went into the Fed meeting extremely, not extremely light, but medium with the stuff that I was already confident that I could manage, but I didn't buy a bunch of new stuff. I didn't buy a bunch of stuff after. I basically managed the stuff that I was in and have slowly faded out of them because now I don't necessarily care for what I see. I see a pretty big move, a little blow off yesterday. Oh, look at this. Let's talk about this here. So the SPYs are showing us the 5-day moving average is in play. Look at that. The spiders are now under the 5-day moving average, which just kind of tells me that's it's probably time for another couple of days of rest. Just like everything else is in that uptrend that I've been talking about, up, grind sideways, consolidate, and then force the issue higher. Things just don't go up day after day. And if you're going to be somebody who wants to chase something after it's been up 5 days, you'll learn real quick that that's not a good sustainable approach. Javier, the two bottom windows, yeah, these are races, and I'd be happy to talk about these. This one is more a day trading, but it's important to notice what I've got here. This is our top 10 list. So every day, this list begins to come alive as these 5-minute time frame races, and this one's a 10-minute, are won. So let's go and take a look at number one. VRCA has won 9, 5-minute segments today, which means this morning, as you can see, it was on fire. So step number 1, here's the race. It's showing you where the action is. Forget everything else in the market. This is showing you, and forget what your watch list told you to watch. This is now reality. It's as it's happening. So bit of a nasty pullback here, but the stock was in play. Look at this right there. That was an interesting. So if you're really stalking something that's in play and doing what I'm talking about, not chasing these highs, but looking for the pullback and leaning on this momentum line, that's a pretty good little day trade push there. That's a method that people can employ. Let's look at the next one, ATAK. This one is ridiculous. I think Barry was talking about that. IMMX. Okay, so this one's starting to scream day and a half to me, isn't it? Sure is. Day 1 and here day 2. I'd be surprised if this thing closes on highs. I don't know why. I'm just saying momentum seems to die right about here, midday on day number 2. Now, am I saying this is a short setup? No, I don't want to short these things. You can. I mean, it's quick money. If you want to play fast money, you're welcome to. But one more closing red candle below, and this thing just might start to die on the vine. And what that means is everybody that's been just waiting to hit the button take the profit button and pay themselves, they're starting to get a little anxious. And the minute they see somebody get up and head to the fire escape, they're all going to rush to it. So that's my concept on the signal candle. It is, wait for that really good solid red candle that closes below the rising 10 SMA. After a day and a half, that's your profit taking candle. So if I was riding this thing, I'd be just itching to take a profit here. What's the difference between a table and the short squeeze? Great question, Luca. The only difference is when the A table was derived, it was derived during the COVID bull market. And I called it the A table because I wanted to know what stocks were extremely strong, but also had a high short float. What were the stocks that people were just being stupid sitting short in because they were technically so strong? Well, the way in which I gauged that was using the stock composite rating. And the stock composite rating is kind of like a bell curve in college. Anything above a 90 is going to be A. Anything above 80 is going to be a B. 70 is a C. And 60 is a D. Well, right now, I'm saying show me all stocks with a D rating or better. At the time, I had that cranked up to 90. And there were a bunch of stocks on there that were just extremely strong on our stock composite rating, which looks at about 10 different, technical indicators and some fundamentals, and gives it a score. So it's basically just eliminating all of the junky bad chart noise for you by using a composite score rating without having to use the filters. Kind of a blanket approach. So it started off as the A table because those were all the A students. Those were all the best looking charts that had at least 15% short, float, or higher. Well, it's a different market now. It's not the COVID market, runaway FOMO market and the meme stocks and all that, the Pelotons and whatnot. It's back to kind of a normal market. So I've dialed it way back. I've increased the short float minimum to 20%, but pretty much a lot of stocks can come on here, and it's up to me to determine which ones have a crappy look about them or not. Let's just do for fun right here. Let's just watch this. I'm going to predict that this is going down. So if I was going to be trading in the competition, I would come to my brokerage plus. I'd be in the portfolio master contest challenge. But right now I'm in the simulated trading default. Right? Yeah. Okay, so I would say IMMX. I think it's going to break. I think a day and a half is done. I'd be jumping the gun, but I'm looking for another red candle like that one. So maybe I take a short on half of it. So, simulated money, we'd say we'll do like 2,000 shares. We'll short the market, sell, and send. And it just went to highs on me. Okay, so there's a short sell. There's my short tag. If this thing goes to highs, it's probably going to squeeze higher, but, just goofing around here. These are the kind of things that people will do actually during our portfolio contest that we're doing next week, which I'm sure Barry has told you. If you are a current premium subscriber, you will automatically be enabled. All you have to do is come down here to the order entry panel and portfolio master challenge. It'll be right there. Just select that and trade in that simulated account and you'll be on the scoreboard. But this to me just screams of something. So let's go ahead and set a price alert just to let us know if it does break, and we'll just turn our back on that. So back to the A table, which is a great question, Luca. Now it's just looking for anything with a high short float. So everything at the top is pretty high shorted, and I evaluate them one by one. So this has been in a range, gap down, it's filled the gap. Now it's going lower, not much there. This one, look at that, day and a half. Perfect day and a half. Let's just play with this, shall we? Oh, I want a 5 minute. I've been on this 5 minute this whole time. That's crazy. I thought I was on a 15 minute. Wow. Okay. I want to go back and look at a few things. Interesting. So there was day one, day two. Look at how it pulled back and caught the moving average. God, I can't believe I was on a 5 minute this whole time. It's going to bring some different looks. Let's go back to the chart we were just looking at in the brokerage plus IMMX. Okay, so it has not broken its it has not broken it yet. So we'll see what happens. Going back to these. Interesting how there was your day and a half. Day one, there's the morning of yesterday, hold, and then it just broke. Once it broke, you can see it has never recovered. And then I wait for this 5-day moving average to kind of come up from underneath and maybe pick it up. It's probably going to be some support there at 32. But here's our hot list. Here's our hot list of short squeezes. This one's ready to give a breather. Been 4 or 5 days of squeezing, way above its 5-day moving average. AI is a familiar name. Still a high short float, way above its blue line here. It did break its momentum line after a day and a half. There's our boy Carvana hanging in there. So a lot of these have already gone. You want to look at this list when things are quiet and on the daily chart and things have not squeezed. We've had a giant squeeze on a lot of these names. So therefore, this list, IMPP, this might be something to keep an eye on, but most of these have gone and we need them to consolidate. So again, going back to Carvana, playing the time machine game. That's kind of what it looked like a day before, trying to get it perfect here. There we go. That's what Carvana looked like to me. So when I see a stock that's broken its downtrend and gap up, good volume, holding its gap, sideways action is the strongest. It's just begging for this 10 SMA to come up and challenge it, test the issue, and let's go forward in our time machine. And what do you know? Boom, there it happened. Happened quick, 2 days of touch, and then exploded. So getting back to what I'm saying is the names I'm showing you on here they've already exploded, many of them. We want to wait for them to consolidate again. All right. Mara has been consolidating. I bet Riot has also been consolidating. Yeah, not bad. Actually, I want to know if the problem with these is the Bitcoin is probably going to go over the weekend. Wouldn't be surprised to see this 16 taken out over the weekend, because you can't trade the stock. But if Bitcoin rallies, 7% over the weekend, this thing is going to blast off. All right, how are we doing here? Let's see. Patrick, need no gold or silver. Yeah, big fake out above 20, 50. And I'm just sick of the Fed job owning. I'm just sick of the shenanigans and the numbers and the bull crap on the CPI and the inflation. It's all horse shit. Hope you're vacuuming, Barry. I have heard the market regime has changed from a few people. What do you think that means? The market regime has changed. What time frame do you think they're talking about? And the market regime, and what context? I don't really know what they're talking about. Be more specific, maybe, or who's saying it. And I know that Warren Buffett's been a seller. I think a lot of times when the market's running out of fuel, retail is the bag holder. Right now, we're seasonally in a up grind, the Santa Claus Christmas rally. Oh, they were debating whether this is a bull or a bear market. It's a bull market because we're back near highs, but is it going to be a double top? Shorting certainly hasn't worked. Jim's a good question. Let me think. Let me see if I can think of an example recently. What would be one? I think I tried to play rum based off of the short squeeze. Giant short float, 70%. I think it was back here. Okay, so I think I was back here and I was anticipating, I think I bought it that day and I was anticipating a breakout. And then I was excited this day because I thought, boy, if we could just close on highs here, this is going to send a shot across the bow of the short sellers. So we're talking about this day right here. And by the end of the day, the sellers got a hold of it, and I stayed in it. I thought, I'm going to stay in it. And then the next day it opened, and then it just vomited. And I think I said, if it doesn't hold these critical levels right here, I want out. And I got out there. So great question. Honest answer. I was anticipating a bit, and then I got a bit excited, but the closing candle didn't confirm what I wanted. Stayed in the next day, and the vicious control of the sellers reared their ugly head and blew through the two levels that I was watching, the 10 and the 20. And I said, I'm not going to stick around for this. I mean, I'm not going to fight something that's in a downtrend so bad when I have to admit to myself that, in fact, it was a lottery ticket trade to begin with. It was on a vicious downtrend with 70% short. And I was a hoper with my hands praying that the shorts would get spooked and I could have a quick $2 run, because what's the one thing we all want as traders? We all want the biggest win in the shortest time possible, because the longer that you string that time out, the more likely you are to change your mind, or other events can happen that can change the trade for you. That's why I have been preaching that my time frame is the day and a half. As a swing trader, I just feel like a surfer's analogy. A wave has formed. It's pushing. It's pushing. I can make a couple turns. I can hold a couple support levels. Now I'm out. And then it turns to whitewater, and it turns to a grind. It turns to a mess. So your time frame is everything. And that was a great question, Jim. I love it. Hopefully that made sense as to what my personal thinking was and what my line in the sand was, to admit that I was wrong. And look at all this. I mean, I was so happy that I got out of all that mess. I mean, who needs that? Show me other opportunities. Take that money, reset it, put it back into the barrel, and let me, trade something else. Am I interested in it now? I don't know. Not really. Not because, it's above, it's reversing again, but once bitten, twice shy. And as I said, the market feels a bit tired to me in general. So I'm not really looking for new positions, but that's a great question, Jim. Peter, do you think the moving averages is more support than a trend line? Trend lines are tough because they're very arbitrary. And I will say this definitively, Peter, going into my theory that, the quants and the algorithms and formulas run the market, whether they're running orders for somebody else or whether they're running the orders for their own money manager in-house strategies, quants. The moving averages are easier to use as a key input. VWAPs, moving averages, maybe even R1, S1 pivot lines. But when it comes to a trend line, I think that's a harder input because it's a bit more subjective and it's probably a bit harder to quantify. Now, I still will look at trend lines and I still will try to lean on them. Perfect example being silver. Silver blew through my moving averages, but seems to have wanted to have held a trend line. Okay, there you go. But that's, how do you draw that? How do you know that? I mean, what do you call this area down here? It kind of blew through it, So I don't think the quants and the algos and those formulas can use a trend line as easy as a key input than they can as a VWAP or a simple moving average or an EMA. Michael, do I mean CVNA going down? I just mean CVNA is probably ready. It's going to consolidate. It still has a lot of shorts to work off. I'm just not looking to buy it here. It's just grinding back and forth. Again, I was so happy to ride all of this. I'm sorry, let me redraw that. I was so happy to ride all of this, pretty much. That's all I really wanted. Everything else above, I'm not going to feel like I'm missing out, but Carvana needs to set up again. It needs to be, that's what we need right there. That line's going to disappear, but we need some consolidation either over time or price and that moving average. I'll be interested again if I see that. Do I use McClellan oscillator? No, the only oscillator I might use if you need even as an oscillator is RSI, and sometimes I'll look for divergence. So let's look at, SPY, and let's do it on a weekly. And let's say, how is the level of RSI compare? Let's look at a monthly. Let's really go for it here, shall we? So an oscillator on a monthly is telling us something. What's it telling us? It's telling us that we're making a run of the double top on much less oomph. Lower high there, but we're almost, what does the Qs look like on this? I'm going to be interested. So what I'm kind of answering your question is longer time frames. I'm interested in this kind of stuff. Well, this is extremely interesting. This is about as divergent as you could get. We are basically at prior highs in the Qs, but we've done it with less relative strength. That's interesting to me, and that should be interesting to anybody in the bigger picture only. Put that chart back. Okay, with day and a half time frame with the low. The stupid heart is in the way. I can't see the day and a half time frame with that. You don't touch low float. No, I do like low floaters, and I do try to play day and a half time frame. I played GCT to the upside last week. I played it here. I noticed this was earnings day, and I saw it bounce, and I thought, this is interesting. This thing has 40% short the float, and it just had earnings, and it's bouncing. I'm buying some, but guess what? This day and a half trade, that's about all I got out of it. That was my day and a half. Everything else, I just had to watch and watch. Like I said, I wanted it right here, but something told me to back off. But I'm kind of more interested in if it comes back down to here. So I'm not, and 13 million is low float. I'll call that low float any day. So ideally, let me add to what you're saying. I think on the low floaters, like GCT and like Carvana, maybe I would be wise to go for 2.5 days, or at least take that trailing 1/3 position and be extremely liberal with it and say, I'll ride it back to entry if I have to. And that forces me to keep some risk on over a couple of days where it's not doing anything. But then that day shows up where you're glad that you still had some risk on and it takes off again. That's probably how I should be playing these low floats. Believe it or not, I played GameStop and I was happy to get a few points out of it. And then I watched it get ridiculous and I thought, well, maybe this is something I need to pay attention to. Maybe these low floaters that have high short floats to boot have more gas in the tank than just a day and a half. So always trying to maximize my profits, if that's what you're in fact talking about, Peter. It doesn't change the day and a half time frame never really changes with the size of the float, because to me, as long as it's moving above the 10 SMA, here it is. Momentum, 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 momentum died. All right, I didn't ride that entire thing, but in hindsight, all I have to work with is what I have in real time, and I can scroll back again. And as you're in real time on each one of these candles, you just keep, am I above the 10 SMA? Oh, yes. Am I above the 10 SMA? Should I probably take some off? Yes. This has been a good trade. Am I above the 10 SMA? Yes. I'm still above. Nope. This is it. I mean, these were close, but that was your signal candle. And ever since then it broke. Look, it's been a day and a half of sideways action. There's no movement. This is the movement, and the 10 SMA, as long as I'm above it, I'm happy, and I'm going to try and ride it. All right, I think we're caught up on questions. Hey, did anybody, come in here that needs help on a specific item that maybe support staff sent you here to look at or get help with? Because you guys should get priority. I'm not really sure. I don't use this scan. It's something Andy had, and I guess they're called nice setups. It's more of using a race for longer term. Let's see what we can do. We can right click and we can say show the top list. What's happening here? We're seeing things that are doing what? The unused. And we'll say, okay, so a lot of position and range. 10-day range, kind of flat. 3-month range, it's above its 70th percentile. 5-day range, it's above its 70th percentile. So he's basically looking for things that have been strong over the year, over 3 months, over 5 days, but can be anywhere in this middle zone here in the last 10-day range. So that's what this scan is looking at, or this race is, I should say. So this race is giving you just a list of names, just to watch and look at and say, okay, well, this is interesting. This PSX, maybe it's consolidating. I don't know. So 2 different flavors of races. One's very slow paced, daily chart oriented, and this other one here is what's happening today. This VRCA is starting to give it up. So day and a half, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it for this guy. Is there a scan for losing Momo at key support levels on weekly or daily? Yeah, I don't have a scan for it, but that's not to say we can't come up with something. Here's how I would go about doing that. I would say it's going to have to be an alert window. And our event is going to be a new 15-minute low. Signal candle, right? Oops. 15-minute low. Add alert, alert. Okay, that's our event. So we're working backwards. We're working backwards from the signal candle. You asked me, is there a scan that shows us when momentum is dying? And as I said, the single signal candle is a 15-minute candle that closes under the 10 SMA on a 15 chart after it's been running. So we can work with those and go backwards. So, well, what's the change today? Change today. It's up. Change from the close. Change from, we're not going to do change from the open. We're going to do change from the close. Percent. I mean, it's got to be up at least 2%. Okay, we're looking for dying momentum. I want to do change in the last 5 days. I want that to be up as well. Change in the last 5 days. That needs to be up 5%. Okay. And now we're going to zoom in a little bit. We're going to say we have a 15-minute low, but here's our key. This is the magic sauce. 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. You know, they built this for me, which was nice. I don't think they had a 10 SMA. So 15 minutes our time frame, change, add the filter. Now we switch and we say it's got to be under. So it's a new 15-minute high on a stock that's been up in the last 5 days. It's up today at least 2% from the close, but it just made a 15-minute low, and it's doing so right here. We're going to say negative 0.01. You know, anywhere down to negative 0.5%. So let's just see what that gives us, and then we can marry it up to the chart. Oh, I forgot to do average daily volume. We're going to get crap in there if I don't do that. We're going to have to do some volume specific filters. I'm just going to do average daily volume, 250,000. That should keep the nonsense out. Look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Very first one. I'm saving this. Let's give it a name, because we seem to be kind of on to something. We could even back test it too, just for fun. So let's call it signal candle. Signal candle 15-minute chart. I'm going to save this to my cloud for sure. And I will save and share, of course. Let me do that before I forget. Okay, there is the scan that I just made. So what are we seeing? We're seeing a nice day 1, day 2, day and a half. Here's our second day. There's the break right there. New 15-minute low, breaking the 10 SMA signal candle. How about that? That's pretty cool. So I'm excited. Let's see what else we have. History today. A lot of names. Probably some things we can do to try and quiet it down a little bit. And these are all recent. These are all in the last minute. So there's a lot of stuff in here, guys. So let's take this and go one step further. Let's play with it a little bit, back test it. So we're going to say back test, and then we'll be able to refine a lot of these extra trades that are probably more than we need. All right, hang on. Back test strategy. So I would say this is a day trade. It's not something you want to stick around long in. Maybe a 60-minute hold. Also, my day and a half, I'm going to start there. We'll just start there, 7 o'clock, 15 minutes after the open. Keep that open. Exit, we want a 60-minute trade. That's it. Just a quick day trade. We're going to simulate sell, but we're going to risk always management. We're going to try and make 3%, and we'll risk 1%. 3 to 1, 1 to 3 advanced. Do it. Okay, simulate sell. What happens if we sell that alert and hold for 60 minutes? Looking to go along at least 1 week before Tuesday. I'm going into the hospital. Need to worry about with no computer. I have no idea what to go along. What I would do is I would get flat. I would not worry about the market. I would not worry about things when I'm in the hospital. That's personally what I would do. Okay, so this is telling us it's a pretty crappy strategy. However, there's a lot of work we can do here. I'm going to show you 2,800 trades in 30 days is not manageable, but that's our data set that we're going to start with. So we go to optimization. I'm just going to go right to it. Time of day, just give me 15-minute intervals. What's the time of day that this works the best? I'm going to guess, right? My day and a half. Look at that. This is my half day. So 9:30 is 12:30 Eastern. Look at that, 12. So 9:30 all the way into 12:15. So if I run this again and do my day and a half theory, midday breaks. So 9:30, my heat map starts to come alive at 9:30. I'm going to take it all the way through, some more green at the end of the day. I'll stop it right there, actually, at 12. I'm going to stop at 12. That's going to cut out a lot of trades, and it's going to add our P&L. Still not that great. What are we missing here? Optimization. Pricing levels, no. High price stuff. Okay, so the pricing levels look, it doesn't work well on the bigger price stuff, but most of our trades are down here in the lower quadrant. So let's do $2 pricing levels. A lot of red, a lot of red. Most of the good stuff comes in between $6 and 30. So let's do this. Let's say right click, minimum value 6, maximum value 30. And I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to change the maybe it needs a longer hold time, 120 minutes. Let's see what happens. Still just not getting a whole lot. So we can take the optimization a step further. So we'll go other filters. Now we can say things like, what's the S&P doing today? S&P change today. Okay, there's our heat map. And it basically tells us that the majority of the trades work best in this area. So we can say only do this strategy when the S&P is either minimum here and maximum here. So it seems to like it on down days only. So a couple things to talk about. We can see how I got excited about something that immediately showed me what I was looking for. But in the bigger picture, all the alerts that come through, are they worth it? Oh, path. I wanted to see that. It's coming down. Okay. I'm going to keep an eye on that one. So it just kind of showed us that, even if we try to massage the numbers a lot, there's still a lot of trades that come through there that, might not give us what we want in the bigger picture. But it was kind of cool that that's what you had asked for right off the bat. And here we go. We had a signal candle after a stock that's been up for a little while. So I think there was value in you guys watching me go through that, work backwards on the 15-minute low, and then use the filters to find when I see that 15-minute low. And that's really the power of trade ideas. Hello, he's back.
You know what, Steve? You hit on a point. I don't backtest at all, really. I mean, every time I ever backtest, I can't remember the
Yeah.
last time. But you hit on a really, really important subject, I think, because when I do talk about backtesting, I said, you know, when I did backtest, what I was finding is that some scan or some idea that I was convinced should work was not
Yes.
working.
Uh-huh.
And, you know,
Yeah.
convincing yourself, you see something on the internet, you know, and so some guy's got this can't miss 98% accuracy, etc. And you plug it in, you
Mm,
go, oh, this isn't working at all. And you keep trying like you did, you try to optimize it a little bit, and you
yeah.
couldn't get it to work. Even
Yeah.
though I sort of joined in at the end, so I'm not sure what the premise was, but it's amazing, you know, to go through that exercise and then you find out, man, everything I thought that should have
Dan
worked.
says that a lot. We hear Dan say that a lot to tell us that it basically saves
Mhm.
you time, effort, money, and hassle. That maybe I should just
Yeah.
stop going down that hole. But it was a cool premise. You know, they were watching me talk a lot about my day and a half strategy and how when I get out,
Mhm.
as that first 15-minute candle that breaks the 10 SMA. And then from
Right.
then on, it's just a mess of price action. So we worked backwards from that. We did a new 15-minute low, change in 5 days up, change from close up. 15-minute low has to come at the below the 10 SMA, and it was like giving us really good looking charts. So I said, well, let's back test this, and before you know, you got 3,000 alerts, and you just don't know what to do with them.
Yeah,
So
exactly. But you know, at least you had a huge sample size. But even
data
with
set, yeah,
that, because
yeah,
I just caught the tail end, and you know, a
yeah,
lot of times when you were looking at the time of day, and then
yeah, that'll
when you're
work.
looking at even price, sometimes you'll see something that just stands out, and I really
Yeah.
didn't see anything there.
No, I
But
thought the middle of the day was when I say usually that day and a half is when people start to take profits around lunchtime. I thought
mhm.
I'd see something there, but it really wasn't as much as I
No,
thought.
no,
Maybe I should have added higher relative volume for things that are really with momentum. That's some, but you know, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I
no.
just want to stick with what I know I like.
You know, the one that is really, I know you got to get out of here, but
So
the one
there
that's
you have it.
really confounded me is the opening, either the 15 or the 30 or the 5 minute opening range break. And I have never, ever been able to find one that works well. Never.
Works now. There's a lot of noise there. I think I don't know what
Well,
it
but
is.
you would think though 30, you would think that
You would
maybe,
think.
you know, after 30 minutes, an opening range break of 30 minutes, I've never been able to find anything, you know,
No.
relative volume, price ranges, minimum volumes, got to be up a certain amount. Never have I found anything that
Yep.
works. So,
Same
all
here.
right,
I
my friend,
agree.
thank you for spelling me and
Okay.
have a great weekend. And we'll see
You
you next
too.
week.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll leave studio. Bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in the YouTube room, back in the main room. Let me get rid of my message and to get my music starting again. Come on, music. Here we go. Nothing happened in my Wonder Scan, and I didn't really think. Usually after around 11 o'clock, there's probably not too much action in this, so I wouldn't. And if I get something in the afternoon, I would really, I probably it may be looking too extended, but we'll see. We'll see if we get anything in the afternoon. Moment. Okay, okay, guys, give me one moment again. My music just stopped on me again. Just give me a moment. Okay. All right, guys. See, now I'm looking at this BVN, and I was wondering, well, I wonder why this is not showing up in the option scanner because it would have been a great one had it. This would have been awesome because it was a 10-day daily breakdown here. I'm just looking over here. The option volume is 145%, when it has to be a minimum 150. So that is why this is not showing up. So with that in mind, I'm wondering what would happen if we lowered that number to 135 and kept everything the same. Obviously, we would see this one, but what do we see a lot we didn't care about? Yeah, anyway, I'm just watching to see if this option, but the option volume has just been stuck here at 2,400 contracts. That's fine, but yeah, that minimum has to get to 150, and then it would have shown up here. Was it really? I didn't see base yesterday. I didn't see it. Must have been very late. Take a look at base. Hmm. I guess it must have would it probably happened at what, 3:15 or so? No, what the heck is this one? ZJYL. No volume. China stock. Yeah. Well, China stock, low float, no volume, and well, now it's down 6%, but just absolutely going. I don't really remember this one. I mean, not long ago, it was a $9 stock, and this reminds us a little bit, of course, like the one they slammed. The CHSN, sorry, the CHSN that Hindenburg slammed today. And let's just see if there was any news that we could even find. Okay, so they're trying to make an acquisition. I don't see that they're a SPAC though. "23 minutes before the close? Really? Interesting." Take a look at base where it was 23 minutes before the close. That would have been, so there is 3:30. There is the 3:30 candle. So you would have got an alert around say 2024 or so, and it ran to 24:51. Yeah, not bad. All right, guys, I think I'll do a video now. 106. Okay, doing my video. Sixteen. Hey guys, putting myself on mute now, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back now. I had an alert set for this one for C4. And why? Because it is now at yesterday's low, right around yesterday's low. And still a lot of shares available, 574,000 at Interactive Brokers to short. So I'm watching to see how well this holds underneath five. See if five holds it. See if there's any moving averages. 288 is the 200-day moving average, so that's not going to block it anytime soon. What do I think of better, BETR? If it's under a dollar, probably not much, but let's take a look. So this is the one that, isn't this the one that we, I think we were all this one a few months ago when it had its IPO and it just was a disaster from there. I mean, I don't know really what else to say. I mean, yeah, it's had a nice, it's gone from 44 cents to 65 cents in a couple of days. I just don't look at stocks under a dollar. Okay. I'm the wrong person. There are some people who might look at stocks under a dollar, but there's no question it's had a nice week. Again, 44 cents to 64 cents. If you look left, 68 cents is the next high, and then 74 cents. That's about it for me. I mean, I have no, I mean, it's a lot of volume coming in right now on that candle. I don't see any specific news on it, but I mean, and the other thing is that is hard to believe that's a correct float, but 256 million shares for a sub $1 stock. That's a lot. That's a huge, huge, huge float for a sub $1 stock. So, I mean, it took this high out over here, but if you're asking me, oh yeah, I think you should buy this, or no, you shouldn't. Wrong person to ask. Sorry, but it is having a day, and it's trading seven times normal. But that is a big float. That's amazing that that has that much in the float. It's actually a very impressive move. 19. It's up a dime though, but it's a 19% move with that float. But I don't see any news on it. I don't see that they're, saying anything that for any like why this is moving like this. That's right. That's the one. Well, we were all to make. That's the one that I was actually. I mean, I remember when it came out, and I thought, you know what, this is one that I want to take. I don't think the float was that much when it came out, or maybe we discovered afterwards because it was an IPO or of some sort. And I remember this. In fact, I remember. I think I even held this overnight. One of the few things I've ever held overnight. I did okay on it, and then and then I saw the float. I thought, wow, that's a huge float. Well, that's why I didn't short C4 Jeffro. I was waiting to see how well it would hold underneath at five level. Something's wrong here because this thing is trading. This BVN is trading. I mean, it's still trading, but the option volume is just stuck at 2409. By the way, can somebody, maybe William or Shady or somebody, I don't know if Shady you trade options that much, but can somebody explain to me why? Because I was asked the question, not here, but elsewhere, and I have really no idea why. Why is not option trading allowed in the pre-market or after outside of market hours? Is there some kind of a legitimate reason, or Or is it just because? Haha, grumpy. I mean, you would think, I mean, another way to make some money, get people trading and all. Never really understood why option trading doesn't start till 9:30. And one of the reasons I ask is that now I know I could go and find something somewhere, but when I see some stock that's really moving in the pre-market, I can't tell whether it's optionable or not because, of course, the option volume is zero until the market opens. So, it would save me from having to find a site to see whether or not that stock is optionable, and then to see whether or not I think it, could it show up? Could it show what does it have a chance to show up on the scan? Yeah, maybe Mac. I just don't know. I never traded before, so yeah, Grumpy, that kind of makes sense. But now that there's so much action in the pre-market now, I mean the pre-market and market hours, there's a blur now, really. I mean, when we see all the stocks that trade, not just a couple of thousand shares, but millions of shares or hundreds of thousands of shares anyway in the pre-market. You could have said that, 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, there were very few stocks that were trading like that in the pre-market. What does that really mean anymore? Market opens at 9:30. What does that really mean anymore? MSS? I saw you talking about that one earlier, Denver. MSS? Wow. Is there any news in this one? I don't see any news on this. This was not shortable. This is not China though, is it? Or is it? Is it China? We have no information on this. Is this a China stock also? Am I on mute? Let me make sure. I think I turned it on in YouTube, but let me make sure I did. Yeah, I should be. It should be okay. Mic is on. Everything is the same as it was before I took my break. How about anybody else on YouTube? Just give me a shout out if you can hear me, so I know it's not on my end. Pepe, I know you. Okay, so it's on your end, Mon. There you go. So let me just check. I just want to check to see whether or not that is a China stock. Thank you, guys. So this happened when? This was back. Oops, MSS. This happened back in October. There we go. Maison Solutions, and this is out of Ah, no, no, no. So it's a specialty. That's what it is. Now I remember. We don't have this in Canada. It's a specialty Asian grocery store, but it's a US stock. I guess they have a lot of outlets in, I think, California, perhaps. But it is not a China stock. Not that it matters. I mean, it's just collapsing. Strange that there's no news at all. True, but let's. I don't want to be. I don't want to lump it. I mean, I don't want to lump just because it's an Asian grocery store that it's a China play. But anyway, it's interesting. Cannot find any news on it. Mm. Well, maybe you're right, Justin. And it's maison, French, chanson, which I know it's not pronounced like that, I'm sure, but song in French, maison, home in French. Maybe that's the connection. If we're really trying to discover why. Well, guys, oh, that's one reason I've got my sound toggle off or on, so maybe I'll start to get some new alerts. This IMMX still pretty strong. See, it just made another new high at 123. Too bad this is not optionable. Just because almost for sure it would have shown up here. All right, guys. Wow, 126. So, William, I'm sure you're not going to go later than 3:30, or maybe today you'll even shut down at 3. Wow. Okay. So William will keep the room open until 3:55 in honor of triple or quad witching day. Okay. So he'll keep the room open till 3:55. I'll probably be shutting down around 3, maybe even a little sooner myself. But William will keep the room open until 3:55. I'm just not seeing too much that's interesting me right now. This looks like it's going to get halted. It just got halted. Yeah, just got halted again. MSS just got halted again. I don't. I think I looked earlier. Did see this one earlier. That's right. I think somebody mentioned it, and I looked quickly to see if there were shorts available. No shorts at Interactive Brokers anyway. What a like what is happening? But you're right. Maybe it is more tied into China than. I mean, it has restaurants in I think California, legitimate restaurants. People were saying that it actually has pretty good food and all that, but as it doesn't matter. 2 weeks ago, this got up to $23. Hey, you know what might not be completely and utterly over is VRCA. Turned into a pretty choppy day now, guys. We had that move down in the pre-market, then the market open, move down, move up, a little bit of basing, moving down, a little move up now. So kind of a choppy day. Dow Nas is still up, Dow's up, SPY is down. Just not much on any one of them. Well, yeah, liquor was LQR. That was pretty active. What, a couple of days ago? So, guys, if you have any questions, good time to ask. I doubt if I'm going to be doing too much balance of this day in terms of trading. So, good time to ask questions if you have any. Meanwhile, IMMX just made another new high, guys. Boy, this has been on a real run here. So, I think this had the big day yesterday, of course. Um, this is news on the 12th in the afternoon, encouraging stream of ALA data. So that was the news on the 12th, right here. That was late. I guess the reaction really was I'm sorry, that's the 12th. No big reaction the day after. And then yesterday, just a massive reaction because I don't see any other. Ah, that's right. We saw this morning. That's right. This gentleman, Jason, I don't know how to pronounce it, Sue, bought 6.9 percent more shares at 477. We bought $267,000 worth of stock at 477. Hmm. I guess that got it running. Abdel Boston. Okay. Good question. How to find new IPO stocks. So this is what I do. I haven't really been paying that much attention to the IPO market the last little while, but I'll show you. I'll show you what when I do. I'll show you what I do. Give me a moment, please. My computer is going a little crazy. I want to make sure no program is loading that shouldn't be. Okay. So just give me a moment. I'm going to find the website. Now, this is what I use. I'm sure there are other websites out there, but this is what I've been using for, well, a few years now. It's called IPO Scoop. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Let me just put the link in here also. Okay. So these are the past IPOs. So if you want to find the upcoming ones, just click on the calendar. Click on the calendar. This is going to tell you now. Just because something is priced and all that doesn't absolutely mean it's going to. You can see the date expected to trade. Now there is Sing. I don't know if Sing did Sing open today. Take a look. Just give me a moment. SING. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they've adopted. This was trading as Sing. Well, bad example. Okay. Okay. Bad example. But let's take a look at next week. So this is what I typically do. So Revere Securities, okay, CCTG, and I look to see how many shares. So this is very low number of shares. No major IPOs, guys. No major IPOs are coming. You would see them here if there were, but there are no major IPOs planned, I guess. But 1.3 million at between 4 to 6. Okay, so this is what I do. I'm just going to move this off for a bit. I'm going to type in CCTG. Hopefully, this is not trading as some other company before. Hopefully, it's blank. Okay. So this is what I do, and I think this is a better way to do it than any other way because it gets you prepared for when it does start to trade. You know what you're looking at. So this is what I do. I'll create a price alert for CCTG, not trading, of course. Right click. I create a price alert. I'll put $1. When it opens, I'm sure it'll open over $1. And then this is what I do in the note section. I'm going to put how many shares, and then I'll put $4 to $6. And the only other thing I do is check to see whether or not it's China. Oops. Here we go. Hong Kong-based holding company. Now, the reason why I want to see if it's China, because the China ones can go kind of crazy the day of. Okay. So I want to know whether it's China. So I'll type in China. So why do I do all this? Well, because when it starts trading, I don't want to have to scramble to know. Well, first of all, let's say it started trading at $8. Uh, I'd want to know, well, what was it planned to come out at? So if it's above where it was planned to come out at, then you can see there's some enthusiasm. Okay, that makes sense. If this came out at $3, for instance, when it starts trading, the first trade's at 3, you might say, not that much enthusiasm for it. So when it starts trading, if it starts trading, there's no absolute guarantee that it's going to. This is the plan that it comes out. You see what it says, the week of. There's no specific date yet, so it doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to happen. Okay, and you just basically go down the list. There is no. This one says on the 19th. This one looks like it has been priced for the 19th. That's Tuesday. Well, let's put this one in LGCB. Well, you can do it with all of them. This one is supposed to come out on Wednesday, DOCO, and this is the following week. So the only two that actually have a date assigned to it are these two, LGCB and Dilco. These are, planned for the week, but there's no date assigned. Now, just because there is a date assigned to it, doesn't absolutely mean it's going to start to trade, but more than likely it will. So let me put that one in, LGCB, and I'll go through the same exercise. Right click, create the price alert, put $1, put in the structure, which is 1.5 million between 4 to 6. And then last, I will check to see whether or not it's China. And the answer is yes again. Actually, I'm wrong. This is Japan. This is out of Japan. I'm finding that Japanese ones are as crazy, but I'll put it in anyway. The only time I don't put, like I'm not going to put if it's US. I don't have anything in here that I know it's US. Okay, save that one. And then the last one, which is DOCO, DOCO. So what you can do is, say on the weekend, you can check the calendar and you can start to plan by doing just what I'm doing. And again, another very, very low float, 1.1 million, 5.75. And I'll do a check. This looks to be that it could be. Nope, this is a US stock. Okay, and now save it. So now I'm prepared for next week, for the two. I could add the other ones, but you see the exercise I'm going through. I think that is way better because when you get the price alert, and the price alert will, you should be using our price alerts window. So let's just do one. It popped immediately. Okay, you see what happens? So if you use our price alerts window, when you get a price alert, the window will pop up on your screen so you can't miss it. So when those IPOs start to trade, and they're at the bottom here, right at the bottom here, when those IPOs start to trade, they'll pop up on your screen, and then you can also see, okay, there it is, 1.3 million, 4 to 6, it's China. So if this started to trade again, let's say $7, $8, you say, okay, there's some enthusiasm for it. If it started trading at $3 underneath the planned IPO price, you say, maybe not so great. So the way to use this, the price alerts window, you can load it from our toolbar. Click on new and then price alerts window. If you've never used it before, it'll be blank, of course, and then you minimize it. There's no point. You don't have to have it taking up any screen space. In fact, even if you have screen space available, in my opinion, it's better to minimize it because then when you do get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen so you can't miss it. Okay? So that's what I would do. It was trading OTC. Okay, that's why. Thank you, John. So Sing was an OTC stock yesterday, and so it got bumped up to NASDAQ. Okay, that's the reason, I guess. But if you're looking for, big IPO, I have no idea what big IPOs are planned this year. No idea. Now, it is tricky trading them on the day of. Witness this one. This is an example of one from yesterday. China. No, this was not China. That's right. It was not China. I was surprised it had the move it did. It's a US stock. Well, it's US based anyway. And look what it did. It opened at 1038, got as high as almost $20. And again, it's because it hardly had anything in the float. I think the IPO price was around 4 and it opened here, around 10. So you knew right off the bat there was going to be some enthusiasm. Now, completely dried up today. These are I would never be holding these overnight. Meanwhile, okay, so the market's putting in a red bar now. Nas is barely positive. Dow's down a little. You guys are talking about document, DOCU. Mm-hmm. Explores a deal. E-signature company DocuSign explores a deal. So that's the reason. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. And so I know that William is itching to find a way to short this. 26%. We have 2.5%, Casa, not 26%. So no, it doesn't mean our provider is correct, but that's what we have, 2.5%. You're talking about Docu? Now, I also recall on Monday that the scanner, I think it only had 4 alerts. I think Macy's might have been one of them. Let me just take a look. Or was that last week? Well, maybe that Mondays and Fridays are kind of, yeah, I think it was right here. Yeah. So Macy's was on this scan. There were only 4 and it worked really, really well. And the other 3, I think 2 were short and 1 was long again. I think they kind of worked in various degrees. Good for you, Denver. Now, if you're just looking at this one, the abnormal option activity, and wondering maybe about the color coding. If it's brown, it's a suggestion to go short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. Yeah, too bad. This ASIX, kind of interesting, but when I look left, what I see is maybe a lot of blockage right around 30. So it's at 29.70 right now. Not enough room for me. 9 contracts today. Okay, guys, I'm going to. So, for instance, we have the position in the 5-day range, the 10-day range, the 20-day range, 3 months, 6 months, oops, 9 months, the year, 2 years, and then get this window a little bit bigger. There we go. So lifetime 2, year 9, 6, 3, 20, 10, 5. Okay. So you can use this filter. Now you pick the range you want, and you want to see something at the low, you just use the filter. Oh, just a minute, please. There's somebody at the door. Just give me one moment. Okay. So, for instance, if you wanted to see something, near the low of the 20-day range, yeah, you use this filter. Let's say you wanted to see something at the high of the 20-day range. You could maybe put minimum of 90 and, maybe a max of 99 or something like that. So that would mean it would be within 1 to 10% in, if you looked at a chart, of the 20-day range, if that makes sense. So if you want to see stocks, depending on, again, it's up to you, I guess, to pick the range that you're looking for, and then that'll zero in on stocks that are just, near either near the high or the low of that range. Then after that, you probably use that. No, I mean, it's up to you. You can use it in an alert window or a top list window. After that, then you start adding in your filters, like a price range you like, a minimum volume that you like, other things. But at least you'll just see stocks that are in maybe the range you want. Does that make sense? This is how I use this one. This is a 10-day. This is a 10-day daily breakout. Okay, so in other words, if you look at the filter I'm using, so this has to be a minimum. Okay, this is if I look at any chart that I'm if I click on any one of these alerts, I would see that it's at minimum right at the high of the 10-day range. More than likely, it's above it. Okay, so let's just take a look. So if I click on IMMX, I mean, I know this, but look, I mean, obviously, if I count back 10 days, obviously this is at a high, breaking, way above the high of the 10 days. LDI the same. Let's take a look at one that SNDX. You just have to count back 10 days, of course. So these are stocks that are breaking out. But if you don't want them to be above the 10-day range, that's when you use that. You can put, say, a minimum of, say, 90%, max of 99 or something like that, whatever number. And then you'll just see stocks near the high of, say, the 10-day range or the 20-day range. And if you want to see stocks near the low, then you just sort of flip it. Maybe use one in the min, and say five in the max, and then those stocks will be within 1 to 5% of the low. Holy docu is right. I can't tell. No, I'm sorry, William. Were you short this or long this? Adios, Javier. You're more than welcome. Look at this docu. So again, jumping 9.3% after Wall Street Journal report of a sale being explored. And again, guys, here is your key paragraph. The e-signature companies conversation are in early stages, and there are no guarantees a deal will be reached, which cited people familiar with the situation. Okay. Now the company is not coming out and saying, now I shouldn't say that. I don't know if the company, I mean, it says the company which has spoken to a number. I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed or not. Anyway, I mean, there's the excitement. 56 to 63, just like that. Well, let's take a look at the next high looking left, 64.71, 64.71. Not that, these that could block it because I mean this is completely news driven, rumor driven, but that is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That is 64.71. Or this got halted again or resumed. CHSN has not really recovered at all. Wow, look at this. I mean, unbelievable, isn't it? All this is wiped out. 2 weeks of a big move, just complete, maybe even 3 weeks of a big move, just completely wiped out in one day, and it's halted again. See, Shady's shorting Kraft Heinz, KHC. Okay, so what he's saying, he's shorting it at 36.55, so it's there now with a wow, pretty tight stop, 10-cent stop. That's what that means. Big float. Probably moving with the market. So as long as the market keeps doing this, KHC will probably do something like this. Okay, guys, 2:02. So I may even wrap up a little bit earlier, maybe quarter to three or so. End of a weary week. Lots and lots of excitement and action. Well, there's the VWAP, 60.27. So let's see if the VWAP holds it at least. I mean, it has another $3 to go to get there. So where did it get to? It got up to 64.22 and that high over here, 64.71. So, within 50 cents of that high. So Michael Anthony in our YouTube room is saying CNBC is saying they're looking to sell itself, but maybe not in that way. Okay. No, I don't watch CNBC at all. I have no time to during the market. I don't watch any news no news programs at all, but certainly not during the market. I can't, could never focus on trying to figure out what they're saying and doing everything else I'm doing. RC showing up here now. RC showing up. Well, I was actually earlier, I was looking at that 5 break, but it popped off that question in the YouTube room. Where would I go to short C4? So I had an alert set down here. It actually triggered very briefly, and then it popped right back over 5. So I was looking at maybe taking it the low of below the low of yesterday. Look what happened. I mean, it got basically there. The low 489 and the low is 495. So, just right in that low area, but that area held so far anyway. That would be definitely an interesting area because then you look underneath and it's got a ton of room. And still a lot of shares available, 588,000. It may not do it though. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do one last look at my homepage and the information you can find on it, including the scans. Oops. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So I would hold off. There'll be a better promo next week. Okay, probably at least 25%. So I would hold off if you're looking to take out a subscription. All I ask, as I say every day, all I ask is that when or if you do take out a subscription, come into the room, find the code, and use that code because that will really help the room. It'll keep this room free. Okay, that's the goal, is to keep the room free. And the only way to do that is by people taking out, when they take out a subscription, to use my code. And if you do take out a subscription, do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Looking for a bit of a course on trading 101. It is free. 38 videos, 38 or 39 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. I wonder what it's going to be next week. Trade of the week this week was Carvana. It ended up being extremely good. It is free. If you if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans, including this is the one I pay 100% attention to. Okay, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breaks combo. Pay 100% attention to this. But obviously have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them all. Yeah, you too, Abdel. Have a great weekend yourself. Somebody from our YouTube room. And again, this is a support room also, okay? It's not just a trading room. So if you do have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. If I can answer them, obviously I will. If I can't, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can. If it's an accounting issue, I can't help, but I can, give you a link so you can get hooked up with one of our accounting people. Okay, guys, so I may put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there's a question, but otherwise, I mean, I'm not really saying too much. And the RC is starting to drift down a little bit. RC is starting to drift down a little bit, but and yeah, but again, I look left. I don't find it has enough room. 1070 is the next low looking left, so I would never take that. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute and I will get back on the mic if there's a question, okay? Okay, guys, let me hop back in and talk a little bit about the portfolio challenge, as we call it. It's a contest open to everybody. Now you just have to read through it. Okay. Now, if you're a premium subscriber right now, you don't have to. There's no cost. But if you want to take part in this contest, it'll cost you $7.70. It starts on Tuesday, 4 a.m. Eastern time in the morning. Tuesday, that's when the markets are open. December 9th, and it'll run for 3 days until the market end on I wish they would have the actual, well, okay, on the close, so 4:30. So 4:30, so it goes from 4 a.m. Eastern time, Tuesday, to 4:30 p.m. Eastern time on Thursday. Okay, so it's 3 days and $2,200. Well, I think there's only one prize. I think it's an Amazon gift certificate. Okay. And again, it's open to everybody. And if you're a premium subscriber, though, you don't have to pay the 770. 770 basically just covers some costs, especially if you're not a subscriber at all. It covers the exchange fees. Okay. So if you think you're a good trader, do it. Who knows? You might win the $2,200. No options. No, just stocks. If we scan for options, sure, but we don't scan for options, as you know. So just stocks. Hindenburg out. Okay, let's take a look at their short report. But it's hard. Well, let's take a look at their report on MSS. We are short. What time did that come out? It's a little late. Here we go. The notifications box. I even forgot we had it. So yeah, if you have the toolbar, you're using our downloadable application, and right beside where yours should be green. Mine is red. You've got the green ball, and you've got your data usage, and then right beside that looks like the little email. Just click on that. Now, I already clicked on it, but it talks about the contest. There you are again. Yeah, so everything is right there too. Click on that. Thank you, Pepe, as usual. Yeah, I mean, if they just put that out, then they're usually better than that. Well, this could be maybe an interesting one next week. CREX. Let's take a look at where it is on that weekly chart. Yeah. So the next time the weekly chart is 323. You know what? We should be watching this one probably next week, guys. The CREX. It has some room. It's breaking out on the daily. Had some news today. or actually yesterday, on the 13th, it had news, creative realities and Black Rifle Coffee joins forces to revolutionize the customer experience. Okay, so that was a little pop there on that news, little continuation yesterday, but big continuation today, if that's the only news. More importantly, just look left, guys. Look at that weekly chart, and it's got some room all the way up to three something. We're not saying it's getting there, but it's a low float, 8 million in the float. Didn't trade very much today, five times normal, but not a lot of volume. Barely doesn't trade options, so it'll never show up in the that other scan. Doesn't trade options, but you know what? I'd be watching this one next week just to see if it has any sort of continuation because it does have the room when you look left. So this scan that was nagging at you all week and the last little while. If you only want to trade in the first couple of hours of the day, this is probably a wonderful scan because you're not going to get too many alerts after probably 11 o'clock anyway. So if you only want to trade in the first couple of hours, this probably is a great scan for you. What's trying to crawl back right now, guys, is C4 at 5 level held. Far from my mic, but now I'm looking at the CREX and it's on top here. So there's the 200-day moving average. So we'll have to take that out for sure. Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen today, and it may never happen, but at least it's got some room when you look left. Okay, guys, I'll mute myself again. Okay, guys, I think I will wrap this up right now. Thanks for all the help all week long. I will put the the main room link in the YouTube room. So if you do want to head over for another hour and a bit, I think William said it'll keep the room open until 3:55. Okay, so you can head over. There's the link. Just put it in. Sorry, that's not the right link. Sorry. There you go. There's the trading room, the support link. Okay. And again, thanks for all the help all week long, guys. Open the room Monday morning, 9 o'clock. Have a great weekend. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing right now and mute myself in the main room. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now.